Honourable members, please be seated.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As most of us know, June is Pride Month across the world. This month, Albertans of all stripes will reflect on allyship, community, and most importantly, love. Pride Month represents an opportunity to look back on how far we've come, but also the important work left to do in creating a society free of bigotry and welcoming to all. Mr. Speaker, Pride Month is also an opportunity to celebrate the tremendous contributions of 2S LGBTQ+ Albertans, particularly in the area of creating a more equitable society for everyone, no matter who they love. It's a celebration of authenticity and the members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community who have paved the way for others to live their truth openly. Canada and Alberta have much to be proud of in terms of progress on 2S LGBTQ+ issues. Edmonton's first Pride Festival was held in 1980. Sexual orientation and gender identity were read into the Canadian Charter of Rights in 1995, and the provision for same-sex marriage was implemented through the Civil Marriage Act in 2005. But regressive policies persist, such as the ban on blood donations on the part of gay men in Canada. Screening practices render the blood ban completely unnecessary, and we all need to come together to advocate against these prejudicial practices. Although large events are still on hold, there are many ways for Albertans to show their support. Tomorrow, the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women will host a virtual flag raising with members of the community and other government MLAs. Flags will be raised at government centres in Edmonton and Calgary. If you're unable to join us virtually, I hope you'll participate in events, virtual or otherwise, in your own communities. As we move towards being better able to gather in groups again, I hope that Albertans will keep the spirit of Pride alive over the coming year.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View is next.
Trickle-down economics doesn't work. This is the fundamental problem with the UCP's so-called jobs plan. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. 50,000 jobs lost before the pandemic, and it won't work. Tax cuts for extremely profitable corporations do not generally result in higher employment or higher incomes for working people. We've known this for a while. So what does the UCP plan do? It makes the rich richer. It means those born with lots of money to invest get more. It doesn't create jobs, and it won't help working people. It will also increase executive bonuses. I'm sure hardworking Albertans will be glad to know that the UCP plan will make sure that there are a few more millions in those pockets. The UCP plan won't create jobs, but it will hurt working people. Evidence and history tell us that the UCP's job plan, what it really does, it creates more wealth for those born wealthy, and it shifts the burden of taxes to Alberta families. Families who are already struggling with inflation and struggling to pay for childcare. I have no doubt that this project will have beneficial effects for UCP-aligned corporate PACs. PACs that will spend millions trying to convince Albertans that corporate tax handouts will one day trickle down to the rest of us. The thing is, I don't think Albertans are buying it anymore. I think they see through the UCP's trickle-down rhetoric. I think Alberta is ready for a new plan. A plan that will build an economy for all. A plan where hard work is worth more and being rich is worth less. A plan with working people at the center and a stop to the race to the bottom.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last year and a half, students have had to struggle with several shifts from in-class learning to online and back again. It's been difficult, and we want to make sure that students don't face this same struggle going forward. Vaccines are a tool that will help keep our classrooms safe for in-class learning and prevent further disruptions to everyone's education. There are some who have had some concerns about youth vaccinations, but Mr. Speaker, I want to affirm that vaccines are safe for our younger population and will only further help us to reach our goal to end this pandemic and return to some semblance of normalcy. I'm thrilled to hear that as of last Thursday, 75,000 youth aged 12 to 14 received their first dose, representing 45% of that age group, while youth aged 15 to 19 received 133,000 first doses, representing 51% of that age group. The recent uptake in first doses is encouraging, but we have the supply and we can do much more to ensure that we protect our communities. Any child that's born between 2004 and 2009 are eligible to receive their first dose. I've heard from parents in my constituency that they are afraid of in-school transmissions, but our best line of defense for everyone eligible is to receive their vaccine, including teenagers. They're part of the community, and we should not assume that there is immunity based on age. Though they are at a lower risk to catch the virus, vaccines are our best way to ensure that everyone is safe and that education staff, students, and families are protected. So to everyone listening, please go get your vaccination. The sooner we all get vaccinated, the sooner we can enjoy a great Albertan summer and ensure a safe return to the classroom in the fall for our youth.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
Alberta's tech ecosystem has been growing for years. The success we're seeing today is due to the hard work of the entrepreneurs in the tech community. So it's unfortunate that after being elected, the UCP turned their backs on diversification and declared it a luxury. One of the first things they did was to hand over $4.7 billion to already profitable corporations. To pay for this corporate giveaway, the UCP cancelled several tax credits that were working to attract investment, diversify our economy, and create jobs in the tech sector. And while they introduced the Innovation Employment Grant, it has not provided a single penny to date, and funding doesn't begin until next year. That means tech startups will go 3 years without any support from this government. And it means that any growth in the tech sector in the last couple of years is in spite of the UCP government, not because of them. According to a recent report, there's now a gap in early stage funding in Calgary. The report's authors attributed this gap to the UCP's cancellation of the Alberta Investor Tax Credit, that he had heard of investors that stopped investing altogether in Alberta companies when the UCP cancelled the tax credit. He also issued a warning that, quote, a stoppage at the early stage can lead to the collapse of an entire industry, end quote. This government's decision to remove the investor tax credit risks killing the momentum that has been built up over a number of years and even presents a risk to the entire industry. Instead of a government that sees diversification as a luxury, we need one that makes it a priority. We need to restore the investor tax credit, but also look at new and innovative ways to attract investment for startups, like an Alberta Venture Fund that will allow Albertans to invest directly in tech companies. By doing so, we can grow our tech sector, diversify our economy, create jobs, and become a leader in the tech sector. I encourage the government to visit albertasfuture.ca for details.
The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on a subject that I know is difficult, but I feel we need to talk about. June is Canadian Men's Mental Health Month, which seeks to raise awareness around something that feels taboo even in today's society. The PubMed Central Journal stated in 2019 that men are more hesitant to reach out when it comes to their mental health challenges. The Centre for Suicide Prevention states that men die by suicide in numbers almost 4 times greater than women. Mr. Speaker, 2020 saw a total of 468 suicides in Alberta. 78% of the suicides were men. Sad reality is that many men feel like they need to be strong, tough it out, and bottle it up inside. Even with today's social media, when it has never been more socially acceptable to tell your peers how you feel, men still struggle. It breaks my heart to hear that. I can only imagine how the pandemic has made life more difficult for everyone, but especially the men in our lives that feel a need to bottle up their emotions. It is also no secret that poor mental health can result in bad habits and lead to serious physical health challenges. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled that we have a ministry devoted to mental health and addictions. Our government has invested over $140 million in mental health supports, plus additional $53 million invested in the COVID-19 community grant. My message this Men's Health Month is simple. We need to talk openly about mental health. To suffer in silence is unhappy and unsafe. for all the men in our lives. Recognizing men's mental health is just not a man's issue, it's a family issue. Check in with the men in your lives. Ask them how they're feeling. One simple question can change a life. If you're experiencing mental health challenges, seek help. The AHS Mental Health Line is open 24/7 and can be reached at 1-877-303-2642. Remember, it's okay to not be okay. You are not alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Calgary McCall is next.
Mr. Speaker, you know what Muslims and racialized Albertans want? They want to know that in the face of anti-Muslim terrorism, their government is taking substantive action to protect them. Unfortunately, under the UCP, they are not going to get that. The UCP refused to create a provincial hate crime unit because that might reveal its record of enforcement. The police tried to convince one victim of anti-Muslim hate not to report the incident as a hate crime. Mr. Speaker, how on earth will we protect Muslims if the police refuses to prosecute those crimes? Since 1988, Alberta Human Rights Commission has been given out a grant to fund anti-racism initiatives. The UCP acts the fund. Now, as anti-Muslim hate rises in the province, the UCP not only fails to restore the fund, but refuses to increase the Alberta Human Rights Commission's ability to prevent hate crimes. The UCP refused to commit to working with BIPOC communities to create a plan to prevent hate crimes and support victims of hate crimes. They refused to table the report and recommendation of the Alberta Anti-Racism Advisory Council and release a concrete anti-racism action plan. They refused to create a bipartisan committee that will create, implement, and report on that plan. They put out a draft curriculum that contains degrading discussion of slavery, contains racist words, and doesn't teach kids about the contribution of people of color to the province. The Minister of Multiculturalism and Justice Minister both can accuse me of playing politics. But, Mr. Speaker, if the UCP simply did what any good government does, which is protect all of its citizens, we wouldn't need to get up and call them out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary North is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. June 7th was the beginning of Alberta Seniors Week. This week in Alberta, we celebrate and recognize our amazing seniors for their contribution they have made to make our communities better. Alberta is home to more than 670,000 individuals over the age of 65, and Mr. Speaker, in my own riding of Calgary North, there are more than 3,000 seniors. The Minister of Seniors and Housing has launched call for nomination for 2021 Minister Seniors Award. Albertans can nominate individuals, businesses, and non-profit organizations who have supported their seniors through volunteerism, innovation, and outstanding service. If you have someone or an organization in mind, I encourage you to put their name forward as the deadline of June 30th. 2021 is fast approaching. Today, I would like to encourage all of you to take time to connect with a senior while, of course, adhering to the public health guidelines. Last week, I delivered over 500 token bags to the following facilities for seniors in my riding: Covenant Care Class, Holy Cross Manor, Covenant Care St. Marguerite Manor, the Covenant Living Evanston Summit, and Evanston Grand Village. This was to show my appreciation for their efforts to make our communities better and stronger. Seniors play an integral role in our society, and our government is committed to ensuring seniors are protected and cared for. That's why we provided $750,000 over 2 years to Alberta Elder Abuse Awareness Council, created new rent support, and got seniors vaccinated first. Before closing, I would like to extend my sincerest condolences and sympathies to the families who have lost a loved one during this past pandemic. May I ask all of the members of the House to join me in celebrating the strength and the generosity of our seniors and wishing them a very happy Seniors Week.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to let the House know that within the next couple of weeks, my wife and I are expecting to welcome our first child into our family. This is a great privilege, and I couldn't think of a better partner to have on our journey. Through this process, I have also had the opportunity to reflect on my own mother's story. Kimberly Carson was just 14 when I was born. She raised me as a single mother, and I can't even begin to imagine the sacrifices she made to take care of me while trying to finish school. Through her experience, she's instilled in me the values that are the basis for why I ran and why I chose to run for the NDP. She taught me that if ever your voice may affect change, you should use that not to focus on the most well-off, but to use that voice to tell the stories of those who are being left behind. In her journey, $25 a day affordable childcare would have made a real difference. Yeah. It would have meant she could spend more time focused on the important work of finishing school without worrying about how she was going to put food on our table. Childcare should not be something that we are willing to compromise on. This is why I'm so proud that NDP members voted to support such a program at our convention last weekend, and why I'm so devastated that this government has sat on its hands instead of expanding the program that was in place. Mr. Speaker, my mother would have also benefited from a higher minimum wage. Yet we see this UCP government ignoring the real stories of young families and instead legislating a lower minimum wage for those under 18. When it comes to ensuring we support the next generation of families better than we supported the last, I will never stop fighting for fairer minimum wages and universal affordable childcare. Indeed, it is the best way I can think of to repay my mom and all of the other families who have struggled for far too long. And when it comes to welcoming my first child into the world, I know that if I can be half the parent my own mother was to me, everything will be okay. Thank you.
The honourable member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Friday, June 11, is Farmers' Day in Alberta. And even though there won't be large events, we can still celebrate all that Alberta farmers do for this province. Farmers' Day was established in 1951 by Premier Ernest Manning. The Alberta government of that time declared that every second Friday in June to be a farmer's holiday, even though anyone that has ever worked on a farm knows holidays are few and far between. Farmers' Day in 1951 meant that schools closed for the day and festivities were held by the local community. Farmers' Day offered a rest in between busy farming seasons. As time has passed, the significance of this day is no longer just a holiday or a rest. It's about honoring agriculture in our province. I am proud to be a farmer and to represent the interests of farmers from all over the province. Agriculture is Alberta's second largest industry, but it is by far the largest renewable industry we have and the backbone of our economy. We understand that 20, 50, 100 years from now, the world will still need Alberta farmers to feed them, likely more so than ever before. The agricultural industry is an industry that has been built by farmers' hard work, dedication, and their love of the land. Agricultural success in this province is a story of how a group of immigrants overcame a harsh climate, a lack of infrastructure, and numerous other obstacles to become the breadbasket of Canada. Alberta is now one of the world's most productive agricultural economies and is Canada's second largest agricultural producer. Thanks in part to a thriving agriculture industry, Alberta is well positioned to be a major contributor to post-COVID-19 economic recovery and growth. Mr. Speaker, Alberta has a proud history of resilient, innovative farmers and ranchers. Let's honour them this Friday on Farmers' Day, and may God bless them throughout this growing season. And remember, if you ate today, thank a farmer.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions. Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there tablings? The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora has a tabling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have with me several report cards that were given to me by Mary Spetsky, who is a raging granny in Calgary. She's given report cards to the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health, and many others, and she's asked me to make sure that they're known publicly. I think that her letter grade speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clearview has a tabling.
Yes, I have two tablings, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. The first is a Calgary Tech report done by Hockey Stick, that was done at Q4 of 2020, looking at the Calgary Tech ecosystem. My second set of tablings, Mr. Speaker, is a report by BetaKit that took Hockey Stick's Calgary Tech report, identifying early stage funding gap in Alberta caused by the cancellation of the Alberta Investor Tax Credit.
Well, members, the time is 1:50. Should time or there be requirement after oral question period, we will return to the remainder of tablings. Oral question period, and the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, in the middle of his apology tour, the Premier announced plans this week for a referendum vote on his Harper-era equalization policy. Despite the Premier's tough talk, his own staff acknowledge it won't accomplish anything more than anger and division. If Canada is going to open the Constitution, it will need the support of Parliament and at least one candidate for Prime Minister. So, I sent a letter to Erin O'Toole today, but can the Premier tell me this instead? Will the leader of the federal Conservatives be seeking to remove the principle of equalization from our Constitution?
Not sure what the role of the Alberta government in the Erin O'Toole's position on the role of equalization, but if the Premier would like to respond, he's welcome to do so.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP's failed record in equalization is clear. In response to Quebec constantly getting higher payments, while Alberta was in a deep recession, the NDP said that they were agnostic about federal transfers and equalization. They asked for no changes. They surrendered. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a platform to give Albertans a direct voice on equalization, and we are keeping that promise with a referendum this October.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, somehow it's my fault because I couldn't clean up his mess. Don't worry, Mr. Speaker, I'll be on it in 2023. The Premier wants to convince Albertans he has a Trojan horse when it's actually a My Little Pony, a plastic hobby horse deployed solely to prop up Canada's least popular Premier, him. Mr. Speaker, the truth is the Premier helped write the flawed equalization formula. I'll ask the same question that the No Jobs Minister asked him during their leadership debate. Why did the Premier vote in favour of the formula federally, and why didn't he do anything to fix it when he had the chance?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it may shock the member to know that the Minister of Immigration in Ottawa does not write the equalization formula. Equalization has existed for 6 decades. Previous Alberta governments, Mr. Speaker, did not seek reforms to equalization. This provincial government is, and we're going to give Albertans a direct say on that. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to belong to a federal government that gave Alberta full per capita funding for post-secondary education, for social transfers, for health transfers, which was a multi-billion-dollar benefit to the province of Alberta, something that the NDP never did a thing about.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I wasn't in the federal government, Mr. Speaker, but the federal government he was part of also had the ability to change equalization at their discretion any time. If the member for Calgary-Midnapore had bothered to pop by his office in Calgary in the fall of 2014, he would have known that the situation in Alberta required a rewrite of the formula then. Instead, he and his boss sat on their hands and wasted a majority federal government. Why doesn't the Premier apologize to Albertans for doing nothing to help them when he had the power to do it? Where's that apology?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has a very short memory. She may, if she searches her memory, recall the Premier of Newfoundland taking the Canadian flags down from the legislature because of equalization reform, which also affected Quebec. That same government, led by Mr. Harper, gave Alberta full per capita funding under the health and social transfers, which was worth billions of dollars, unlike the members opposite, who their finance minister said, quotes, "I'm kind of agnostic in terms of the transfer payments that are currently in place, and it's not something as the finance minister that I'm focused on at this point in time."
The order, the Honourable Member for Leader of the Opposition.
Oil prices started dropping, and that federal minister was agnostic about the future of Alberta. Now, yesterday the Premier was unwilling to answer questions, so let's try again, and I'll start by reviewing the facts. Fact 1, his liquor cabinet includes the very ministers making rules around public health. Fact 2, his liquor cabinet have marathon meetings when they drink 40s of whiskey while making decisions. Fact 3, Fact 2 means he and his liquor cabinet really can't remember the rules they made in Fact 1. The Premier's apology was 5 days late. It was self-serving. What consequences will the Premier and his inner circle of ministers face for this behaviour?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the NDP leader doesn't want to focus on the great economic news that's happening in this province. Just last week, Emphasis, a global high-tech company, announced 1,000 new jobs in the high-tech sector in Calgary. That's about 1,000 more than were created in that industry under the 4 years of the NDP. And today, Mr. Speaker, the world's largest hydrogen producer, Air Products, announced a $1.3 billion investment, creating 2,600 jobs in Alberta, and said that this is because of the aggressiveness of the Premier and his staff to get us here to make the first investment, so we give them full credit.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, taking full responsibility requires actually being sorry. Moreover, it requires accepting the consequences of your decisions. So, the Premier spent days mocking Albertans who were rightfully outraged by his behaviour and only apologized when he realized he was going up against the hall monitors, as his own staff called them, in his own caucus. So that's not sincerity, that's self-preservation. This liquor cabinet deserves real consequences. Albertans are watching, this House is watching. Where are the consequences?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I invite any New Democrat MLA who has not been within 2 meters of another Albertan outside of their household over the past 16 months to please rise now. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that Albertans have made a good faith effort to comply with rules, but I think probably 4.5 million Albertans have found themselves within 2 meters of someone else. The NDP doesn't want to talk about what the dynamic growth in Alberta's economy. The conference board this week confirming that we are leading Canada in economic growth with 7.5% of our economy this year.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, according to that answer, it seems like the Premier and his liquor cabinet are going to get off scotch-free. His own caucus, though, doesn't think that's fair, especially since he's threatened them with expulsion if they broke the rules not even 6 months ago. The MLA for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul said he expects to see consequences, and the member for Airdrie agreed that there needs to be accountability. Does the Premier agree with his caucus that there needs to be accountability? And I wonder, where is the culture of humility that he promised? Other people do it, why can't I? That's not humility, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we've addressed that matter. What Albertans want is a government focused on jobs and growth, and that is what is happening in this province today, leading Canada in economic growth, leading Canada in job growth. This $1.3 billion announcement today is a game changer. It puts Alberta ahead in the global race for the new multi-trillion-dollar hydrogen industry that will not only create jobs, but at the same time reduce emissions. And she won't like this, Mr. Speaker, but I'll give her a bit of a heads up. There are many more investments like this to be announced in the days to come.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora is next.
Yesterday, Edmonton Public School Board trustee Michael Jans proposed that Edmonton voters should have a referendum on curriculum this fall. Previously, the Premier told this House that referendums are, quote, to take power of the government, to make decisions and entrust it to every adult Albertan, end quote. He said that his government was for democracy. So, if the Premier trusts Albertans as much as he claims, will he let the people of Alberta vote on his draft curriculum by having a referendum on it during the election this fall? Yes or no, Premier?
Here, here.
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, the NDP will have a chance later today to vote on the Citizens Initiative referendum law. That will empower Mr. Jans or the member for Edmonton-Glenora or anyone else to sign a petition to advance a initiative referendum on matters of public concern. If 10% of Alberta voters sign that petition, it goes on the ballot. I know the NDP doesn't like it because they're no longer really the New Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker. They're opposed to every major democratic reform.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
If the Premier truly believes he has a mandate to ram through his terrible curriculum, that Albertans support him with it, he shouldn't be afraid to put the question on the ballot. The formerly United Conservative Party government talks a big game about democratic principles, but almost never backs them. They claim to support recall, but wrote a bill that makes recall impossible. The Premier waxes poetic about parliamentary democracy, but shuts down the House when he's facing a caucus revolt. Now, why won't the Premier stand in this place today and say that he will put a referendum forward on the curriculum if he's so proud of it?
Here, here.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that if the NDP had their way, this House would have been shut down for most of the past year, just like our schools and just like most Alberta businesses. With respect to direct democracy, we are implementing our specific specific campaign commitments to Albertans. We said that we would emulate the thresholds in recall and initiative that are found in the British Columbia legislation. That, Mr. Speaker, was introduced by a New Democrat government. The only difference between the BC New Democrats and the Alberta New Democrats is in British Columbia they actually support direct democracy.
The honourable member.
The Minister of Justice told this House just on Monday that he was looking forward to Albertans being able to speak on issues through referendum. Why isn't the Premier standing beside that minister? Is it because he's not part of the Liquor Cabinet? Premier, step up, come to this place with questions that matter to ordinary Albertans. If you really believe your Education Minister has the back of Albertans, let Albertans have a vote. Bring forward a referendum this fall all across Alberta about curriculum, along with your equalization if you so choose. Yes or no?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a commitment to hold a referendum this October on the principle of equalization. Promise made, promise kept. This government was elected on a commitment to introduce recall legislation. Promise made, promise kept. Mr. Speaker, the NDP actually stood up and said that our Referendum Act was, quotes, undemocratic. And now they're opposed to both initiative and recall laws. Mr. Speaker, it's no longer the New Democratic Party. They're now the old autocratic party.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View has a question.
The cracks in the UCP caucus continue to grow larger. After the government removed refined fuels from the Turn Off the Taps bill, the opposition stepped up to put the teeth back in the bill. We even got support of 2 independent members and even 2 members of the government caucus, the member for Red Deer South and the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. Sadly, other government members voted the amendment down. Why is this Premier only interested in a watered-down version of the legislation? Some of his caucus seems to know better.
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Obviously, the NDP would rather see an unconstitutional piece of legislation. Having refined fuels in Bill 72 would make it unconstitutional. And no doubt the NDP doesn't realize that because they never, ever, ever had any intention of using it. They had never had any intention of standing up for the energy sector. It's just evident, Mr. Speaker, that they don't support the energy sector.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
It's amazing to see what happens to MLAs when they get out from underneath the leadership of the Premier and as the newly independents did. It was pretty surprising to me that the MLAs for Red Deer South and Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo voted in favor of the amendment, breaking party lines. Clearly, some members of the government won't toe the Liquor Cabinet line. Turns out, Turn Off the Taps legislation might actually be a deeply held value for some of his caucus. How many more does the Premier think will jump off this sinking ship?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP obviously do not know what the Constitution says. They do not know what Section 92A says that gives the rights to exclusive jurisdiction for primary production. The NDP probably...
Order. It's becoming more and more difficult to hear the answer to the question. The Speaker has the right to do so. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP probably don't even know what a refined fuel is. They don't understand the Constitution. They don't understand the energy sector. And they don't understand that having refined fuel in Bill 72 would make it unconstitutional. It's just evident, Mr. Speaker. They do not support the energy sector.
The Honourable Member.
The Premier's talking and drinking with his Liquor Cabinet, but clearly he forgot to tell the members for Red Deer South and Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo why he wanted to pass much weaker Turn Off the Taps legislation. I suspect the members are sick of watching this Premier's failed economic plan. 50,000 jobs lost pre-pandemic, 200,000 Albertans currently looking for work, and an empty downtown core. Premier, explain to these members why they should continue to stand behind your disastrous economic plan and your broken election promises.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it is sad that when we see Alberta enjoying the best economic growth in Canada, when we recovered all of the jobs lost through the pandemic, when week after week we are getting massive multi-billion-dollar job-creating investments, All the NDP wants to do is to talk down Alberta. Today, Seifi Gassemi, CEO of Air Products, one of the largest companies in the world, announced a $1.3 billion initial investment, which he said he may quadruple. And he said it's because, quotes, of the aggressiveness of the Premier and his staff to get us there, to make the first investment. So I give them full credit, quote unquote.
The honourable member for Highwood.
Mr. Speaker, when Albertans think of post-secondary education, they typically think about receiving a bachelor's degree at a university or college. Quite often, polytechnic post-secondary institutions are often overlooked and not always considered. The reality is that pursuing an education at a polytechnic institution can create valuable, lifelong careers through high-quality degrees, hands-on apprenticeship, and diploma programs. To the Minister, how has the transition of Grand Prairie Regional College and Red Deer College into polytechnic status been received within the province?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the very important question. I have to say that broadly, the announcements with respect to Red Deer College and Grand Prairie College are being met with warm enthusiasm. Dr. Peter Nanota, president of Red Deer College, said, quote, "This is the ideal future for our institution." Savannah Snow, the Red Deer Student Association president, said this is a fantastic next step. In fact, when I reflect on it, the only ones who I think are speaking negatively are the NDP. But of course, they're always angry, Mr. Speaker, and we always just continue to hear negative things from the NDP. We've seen very similar positive comments from Grand Prairie as well.
The honourable member for Highwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that the polytechnic designations of both Red Deer and Grand Prairie will provide Albertans with more opportunities, and given that these two polytechnic designations will have its institutions align its programs with its local students, businesses, and the industry needs, to the Minister of Advanced Education, how will Alberta's expansion to polytechnic education help students prepare for jobs within their local economies throughout Alberta and on the global stage?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this was one of the very important elements that we examined when making these very crucial decisions. We have to ensure that we make decisions that affect our post-secondary institutions that will strengthen regional economies. I had serious concerns with some of the direction of the NDP in terms of transition, university transition for some of these institutions, as it could put important programming such as trades and other applied programs at risk that are necessary for strengthening the regional economy and for ensuring that students in the region receive access to the programming that is needed. So I'm confident these programs will help.
The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, thank you to the Minister. Given that the addition of polytechnic institutions within Alberta will further the academic development and education of students, and given that the expansion of both Red Deer and Grand Prairie will prepare students to fit the needs of the local economies, and further given that our government brought forward the Alberta 2030 vision, which prioritizes the development of post-secondary education, to the Minister, how does the addition of these two polytechnic schools fit into Alberta's 2030 vision?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the critical and essential pillars of Alberta 2030, which, just to remind the House, this is the first time in over 15 years that Alberta has a comprehensive strategic plan for our post-secondary system. But one of those elements is focused on building skills for jobs. So that is to say, to ensure that our students have the skills, knowledge, and competencies they need to succeed in their careers when they graduate. Establishing Red Deer and Grand Prairie as polytechnic institutions will allow them to focus on precisely this effort and will allow them to focus on giving their students the skills they need to succeed.
Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Today, the 5 largest oil sands producers announced that they are cooperating with each other in all levels of government, including the provincial government, to reach their net zero goals. These ambitious goals will help set our producers up to be competitive in the global markets of the decades to come. Over the weekend, we announced that we would hope to move toward a net zero electricity grid. But unfortunately, the Associate Minister for Natural Gas and Electricity dismissed this as pure fantasy. Why does the Minister dismiss these ambitious goals when major companies are setting bold targets with the full intention of meeting them?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, newsflash, in the throne speech last year, the government said that it will work with Alberta energy producers to help them achieve their net zero goals. We've been working with the 5 major producers who made that statement today for several months. A key plank of that is our successful campaign to get a federal commitment for carbon capture, utilization, and storage tax incentive. With respect to renewable energy, since the NDP got kicked out of office and we repealed their carbon tax and we went to an energy-only market, we have seen the greatest ever investments in renewable energy and the biggest renewable build in the country happening here in Alberta.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Well, you better tell your gas minister about your own bill. Given that the Premier today joined an announcement of a project that could help us to get to a net zero grid, and given that more and more technologies are ready that can help us get to a net zero electricity grid by 2035, and given that the U.S. is committed to a similar goal by 2035, and given that the forecast for the share of renewables in electricity generation under this government has only gone one direction, which is down, why is the minister failing so badly, leaving billions in renewable investment on the table and operating in direct contravention of provincial renewable electricity law?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what a remarkable question. On a day when Alberta has been identified by the largest hydrogen producer in the world as a key target for massive hydrogen investments, one of the most important technologies. By the way, the NDP strategy on climate policy, punish people for living normal lives. The Conservative policy and climate strategy on climate, invest in technology to reduce emissions. Mr. Speaker, $1.3 billion hydrogen plant being announced for Edmonton today, and the CEO said that may be quadrupled. That's a real difference.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford with no preamble.
Given international investors are looking to jurisdictions that act on ambitious climate goals, and given that we have seen that our producers are willing to move forward on that, and given that the government strategy so far of embarrassing war rooms and bogus inquiries has done nothing but harm to our reputation, and given that 50,000 jobs were lost by this government before the pandemic began, and currently 200,000 Albertans are looking for work, does the minister really think that she is going to get a seat at the liquor cabinet when she is failing so badly to build Alberta's economic future?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP's strategy on these issues was a stealth tax that made everything more expensive to punish people for shopping their groceries, filling up their gas tanks, and heating their homes. Mr. Speaker, our strategy is I'll tell you something, the NDP opposed the wise decision 15 years ago for Alberta, a former Alberta Conservative government, to invest in carbon capture, utilization and storage technology and infrastructure. This announcement today and many other multi-billion-dollar projects that we are landing are because of that foresight, a decision the NDP always opposed.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West has a question.
Mr. Speaker, people in southern Alberta don't like the plan of the formerly United Conservative Party to strip mine our previously protected mountains. People do not want our water taken away. People, in particular, the city of Lethbridge, has been very clear, but the Minister of Environment has not been very clear. And so, the city of Lethbridge and at least 7 other cities and towns and counties have signed on to a coal restriction policy. Let's get to first things first, Mr. Speaker. Albertans have yet to hear the Environment Minister apologize for being more focused on the rocks in his whiskey glass than protecting the Rocky Mountains. So will the Environment Minister
The
apologize?
Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the hard work that this government's doing on the environment, some of the most significant investments in site conservation all across this province that the province of Alberta has seen in decades. A sharp contrast to that official member when she was Environment Minister just a few short years ago, who spent most of her time in that office focused on trying to shut Albertans out of the landscapes that they enjoy on the weekends, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the NDP continue to play politics. We're excited about the work that we're doing with the environment. We're going to continue to make sure that we protect the environment so we can use it now, as well as to make sure it's there for future generations and still be able to create jobs inside our province.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Well, given that I did not hear an apology to the people of Alberta, the people of southern Alberta, for this Environment Minister's role in that little liquor cabinet party that he had last week, given that Albertans do not feel heard by this Minister of Environment, the rest of the liquor cabinet, or anyone else who might get a little bit of time with the Premier, and given that the government should spend more time listening to southern Albertans on this issue of coal and less time raising up glass with Australian billionaires or anyone else, so will the Premier or this environment minister? First of all, he needs to apologize, but second of all, will he commit to a referendum on restoring Lougheed's
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
It's very interesting that the member from Lethbridge West continues to ask questions on coal, because in this very chamber, on March 13th, 2018, when she was asked a question about coal, and she was the environment minister, she said, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Alberta does have a number of metallurgical coal interests and will continue to develop those. They were looking at developing coals. That was on the heels of the NDP energy minister opening the doors to Category 2 strip mining.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, given that our government did buy out metallurgical coal mining interests in the castle in order to protect it, given that this minister just carried water for the liquor cabinet, papered over the fact that this Minister of Environment won't take responsibility for his role in the patio palace, and given that Southern Albertans have had quite enough of this government not listening to their concerns, will this Premier commit to a meeting with the City of Lethbridge and any other municipality that signed on to the coal restriction policy, or is he too busy getting hammered at the Sky Palace?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
I can hardly hear the question with all the hysteria and hysterical ranting and raging, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the day when she was promoting coal in this chamber on March 13th, 2018, if there was that much ranting. Well, no, Mr. Speaker, because they were trying to develop coal. They were trying to encourage metallurgical coal development, not only in southern Alberta, but on Category 2 lands in northern Alberta. Mr. Speaker, for shame that they're talking about coal. They were trying to develop it, and they won't take responsibility for their actions.
Order, order. The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat is next.
This morning, a poll was released showing this Premier remains the least popular Premier in Canada for the second month. Another poll shows that he has divided the Conservative movement and led his party to an historic collapse in support. As illustrated by the Sky Palace patio gate, Alberta's Premier apparently doesn't know his own government's health restrictions. But that didn't stop him from prosecuting other Albertans. My question to the least popular Premier in Canada: when will he do the right thing for the province and step down so that we can get back to focusing on government and Albertans' business?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to answer about the Open for Summer plan, our stage planned reopening, and I'm not surprised that the member wasn't paying attention to the recent announcements, as he's paid very little attention to any previous announcements regarding restrictions and the reopening plans, Mr. Speaker. But look, we are tomorrow proceeding with stage 2. That's going to be easing many restrictions on our businesses throughout the province, Mr. Speaker. Good news for all throughout the province. And then once we get to 2 weeks after 70% of eligible Albertans getting the second dose, we'll be proceeding with stage 3.
Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
The stated purpose of the COVID-19 lockdowns was to protect Alberta hospitals. Given that, according to the Chief Medical Officer of Health, there are now currently well under 100 Albertans in ICU. Yet, for some reason, the Premier's lockdown remains in place, including a ban on private indoor gatherings. And given the Premier finally admitted this week that he violated his own health restrictions, my question again to the least popular Premier in Canada: how many times has he violated his own government's COVID policies, including the ban on inviting people to private homes with his rules for thee but not for me?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said previously, we're going to be proceeding with stage 2 tomorrow. It's going to be easing many of the restrictions on our businesses throughout the province. And then once we get to 2 weeks after 70% of eligible Albertans being able to receive their first dose, we will then, 2 weeks after that, proceeding with stage 3, which will remove all the restrictions, except for perhaps some safety protocols that we needed still for our hospitals and long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker, which is fantastic news for all. And unlike other provinces throughout the pandemic that have had to have sheltering-in-place lockdowns, we in Alberta have avoided that because of the added capacity that AHS has added throughout the province.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
The Premier and his liquor cabinet's hypocrisy calls the government's announcement on equalization to fall completely flat. Given the Fair Deal report did not go far enough, given that I propose the creation of a provincial constitution, and given the Premier has come around telling Braid, I quote, "We are plotting out a longer-term strategy to build a more autonomous Alberta. One idea could be the codification of an Alberta provincial constitution," end quote. Again, to the least popular Premier in Canada. Last week you were calling me a separatist. Now you're stealing my ideas. Is it current government policy to call independent members of this legislature a separatist?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't have enough time in that previous 35 seconds to answer all the questions and all the misinformation the member was saying previously. But as we have announced that the Open for Summer plan is based on metric of vaccination, incredibly important for us to be able to focus on the safety and focus on the lives of Albertans while we can continue to, in a smart and responsible way, but also an accelerated way, to be able to proceed with an opening plan so that we can have restrictions on our businesses ease more quickly than perhaps other provinces are also being able to do throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, good for everybody in the province that we're going to be able to proceed tomorrow with stage 2.
Honourable members, apologies. At 2:16 in the previous set of questions, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader did raise a point of order that I failed to note. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview is next.
Last week, Stats Canada released the job numbers for May. The UCP took a victory lap on these numbers and raised the Mission Accomplished banner on social media. But last month, we lost 1,000 jobs, totaling 14,000 jobs lost over the last 2 months. While the report showed that Alberta's unemployment rate had dropped to 8.7%, that's only because 25,000 Albertans gave up looking for a job and left the workforce altogether. That's 25,000 Albertans who gave up hope under this government. Why is this government celebrating the loss of 14,000 jobs and 25,000 people leaving the workforce?
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The May jobs report actually was good news for Alberta overall. Well, every province had seen declines in employment. Alberta stayed flat, and in fact, added about 7,700 jobs in the resource sector and forestry sectors, Mr. Speaker. We've added over 14,000 jobs in the resource sector above our pre-COVID levels, Mr. Speaker. Our economic recovery plan is working.
Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Staying flat's not something to celebrate. Given that while the UCP likes to point to theoretical projections about jobs and forecasts, the current reality paints a much different picture. According to economists, Alberta is actually lagging the rest of the country in economic growth this year. And given that Alberta had the worst performing economy in the country last year, with over 200,000 Albertans currently unemployed, given that this government keeps promising jobs now, where are the actual jobs for Albertans right here and now? No more empty.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have already recovered almost 90% of the jobs that were lost due to the pandemic and the greatest energy price collapse in modern history. Mr. Speaker, moreover, we've added 14,000 jobs in the resource sector, again, over and above our pre-COVID numbers. Mr. Speaker, our economic recovery plan is working, contrary to the member opposite's assertion.
Not working well enough. Given that the UCP continues to talk about promises of jobs years in the future, while Albertans today continue to give up hope and leave the workforce. Given that this government has had 2 years and done nothing. Promises don't put food on the table and they don't pay the mortgage. Given that this government promised 55,000 jobs with their failed corporate handout, but lost 50,000 jobs before the pandemic ever hit our province. How can Albertans trust this government to create jobs when they've already failed them so many times? Perhaps this is why the Premier's least trusted in all of Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite are simply out of touch with the momentum that's building currently in the Alberta economy. Just recently, Emphasis announced it's bringing 1,000 jobs over the next 2 years to Calgary, Mr. Speaker. The Alberta tech sector reported venture capital investment of $500 million in 2020. That was double the previous year at a time when all provinces went down in 2020. 2021 is starting out even better, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Board of Canada predicts Alberta to lead in real GDP growth in 21 and 22.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no secret that Albertans have a problem with this government's draft curriculum. 95% of schools, in fact, aren't going to pilot it and have cited a slew of problems with its content. Mr. Speaker, this government has also taken out the mention of forestry. In a province known for our beautiful landscapes, mountains, trees, this minister seems to believe that a huge part of our backyard is not worth learning about. Why doesn't the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry believe that Alberta students don't need to learn about our trees and our forestry? Aren't these things important to him? Has he even looked at the draft curriculum?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to just take us back about 2 years ago that aside from jobs, the economy, and support for our energy industry, what I heard knocking on doors was how badly we needed a change in direction on the curriculum. That is why the Minister of Education has worked so hard to present Albertans with a draft curriculum, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because we want their feedback. We want to be transparent. We are listening to their concerns. That includes parents, that includes teachers, and that includes our school board's partner, and even, Mr. Speaker, members opposite who want to provide constructive feedback for the curriculum.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that lumber has seen a huge boom during the pandemic and forestry is a massive economic driver and is important to the culture of rural Albertans, and given that completely removing any mention of this pivotal industry further alienates rural Albertans in this province's economic recovery, and given that forestry is Alberta's third largest resource industry, producing some of the world's best forest products because of our cold climate and slow growth. To the Minister, why does this curriculum ignore major parts of our economy and industry? What is the Minister going to do to fix this today?
The Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is a little interesting. The NDP obviously are hot off the heels of their convention last weekend where their leader got North Korea's type leadership support numbers. But also, when it comes to curriculum and what they want to have with schools was actually a motion to eliminate all independent schools in Alberta. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to listening to Albertans, when it comes to curriculum and to schools in this province, it's something that we do on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. Without a preamble.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about our forestry industry, rural Alberta economy, and our curriculum. And given that Alberta forestry producers are committed to protecting forest health and high-quality air and water and air quality standards to promote responsible environmental operations, and given that the future of Alberta's economy hinges on our ability to operate in a way that is sustainable and limits emissions on carbon and other pollutants, and given that education on environmental stewardship is the first step in promoting an active and responsible population. To the Minister of Environment, why does this curriculum fail to teach students about rural sustainability and environmental responsibility in our...
The Honourable, the Minister of Environment and Parks has risen.
Well, Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, the NDP's curriculum never had forestry within it either, Mr. Speaker. No, I did not, Mr. Speaker. But further that, you know what's really exciting, Mr. Speaker, is the great work that's taking place in the forestry industry in our side of our province, Mr. Speaker, which is leading the way towards the economic recovery that our province is headed to now that we are opening up, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of our Agriculture and Forestry Minister for the hard work that they're doing, but most importantly, we're proud of the hardworking men and women inside the forestry industry, Mr. Speaker, who are helping lead Alberta's recovery, and that's what the NDP don't want to talk about inside the chamber.
The order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning has had her chance. Calgary, Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the Premier introduced a motion seeking approval to hold a referendum on whether Albertans think the principle of equalization should be removed from Canada's Constitution. A referendum on equalization is Alberta's opportunity to make a strong statement about our economic interests to the federal government. To the Minister, what does equalization referendum mean for Albertans to our economy?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure has risen.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member and I ran in several elections together with a strong commitment to stand up for Alberta's interests in Ottawa. The fact is that Trudeau's current equalization formula does not serve the interests of Albertans. Billions of dollars are being transferred out of Alberta every year, even during tough economic times. Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed with the current equalization formula, and they are fine with sending billions of dollars out of province. Our government is not, and that's why Albertans will finally have their say in the false referendum.
Calgary Klein.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that the Minister and I have knocked on a lot of doors and heard concern from Albertans about the fairness of equalization, and given equalization has been fundamentally unfair to Albertans, putting billions out of our province, pulling billions out of our province, and even during times of economic hardship. To the same Minister, in the fall, if the equalization referendum is supported, what is the next course of action Albertans can expect to see?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Premier said, unlike the NDP, you won't see our government preemptively surrender to Trudeau on equalization. Quote, I'm kind of agnostic, I guess, in terms of the transfer payments that are currently in place. That's what the member from Calgary Buffalo said in 2015 in this House. And Mr. Speaker, this referendum is about giving Albertans a seat at the table. This is another promise made and another promise kept, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the Minister. Given that Alberta has contributed more than $400 billion over the last 25 years to the federal government through transfer to the rest of Canada, and given that equalization is the Government of Canada's transfer program for addressing fiscal differences between our provinces, and further given that Albertans fund equalization through federal tax contributions, even in times of economic challenges, to the same Minister, if supported, how can we expect that the equalization referendum will affect Albertans into the future?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, a yes result would compel our Alberta's legislature to ratify a proposed constitutional amendment, which would then be sent to the Government of Canada requesting their ratification. And the federal government will be forced to engage in good faith negotiations on the question of equalization in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is a sound precedent for this based on the Quebec's succession reference into the Supreme Court of Canada in 1998, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has a question.
Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to express my sincere condolences to everyone who's grieving the loss of the 4 family members to a tragic act of anti-Muslim terrorism in London this week. This instance should serve as a reminder to all members of this Assembly that we need to be anti-racist in all areas. Indigenous, racialized, and ethnically diverse individuals often face racism and hate in our workplaces, and we heard loud and clear in our anti-racism consultation that this is a workplace safety issue. What specific steps has the Minister of Labour and Immigration taken to increase the safety of Indigenous, racialized, and ethnically diverse Albertans in their workplaces?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. And I also express my condolences to the family and all those who are impacted by that tragedy that happened in London earlier this week. You know, our government and myself and Labour and Immigration, also working with a number of my colleagues, are reviewing currently the anti-racism report, and then that will be coming out shortly under the Minister of the Status of Women, Multiculturalism. In addition, our department is focused on making Alberta a more welcoming place for newcomers. We have a number of programs that we provide out to the communities to be able to welcome newcomers, and I can speak.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given that yesterday this Assembly called on the government to combat all forms of bigotry and hatred, and given that we've seen no evidence that the government has taken steps at all towards combating racism, and given that we, the NDP, have undertaken meaningful and thorough consultation with Indigenous, racialized, ethnically diverse Albertans over the last few months, and have heard time and again that Albertans do not feel safe or supported in their workplaces when facing racism, to the same Minister, these actions need to start with the government. How is this government supporting Albertans who are facing discrimination, harassment, and racism in the workplace?
The Honourable the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you to the member again for bringing up these really, really important issues. I'm very pleased to be able to talk about next steps in eliminating racism. And again, I would throw back to our Minister of Labour and Immigration and the incredible work that's been done there. The recommendations are under review, but as you can imagine, they're very substantive pieces that need to come forward. And we're very grateful for the work that has been done through the multiple ministries that this has been impacted by. Ministers are actually meeting with the Council coming up here fairly shortly to discuss the recommendations related to their ministries. And if I get another question, I'll continue on with
the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given that combating racism in the workplace will take strong leadership, and given that combating racism and hate in the workplace includes ensuring that all workplaces reflect the diversity of Alberta, and given we heard loud and clear from Indigenous, racialized, and ethnically diverse Albertans that this will require adjusting the recruiting, hiring, training, and promotion policies to the ministers involved, our party is committed to ensuring that these policies are adjusted throughout the government in the government's own hiring and recruitment. Will this government do the same, and if so, when?
The Honourable the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Yeah, great questions, and thank you so much. And obviously, it's an imperative piece of all corporate culture, everything right across the province, that we're doing everything we can to embrace and open the doors and fling them wide open to really, really engage and make sure people feel safe to work in these workplaces. But I'd like to also mention, Mr. Speaker, the member from Calgary-McCall yesterday threatened to actually release the draft report that had come through before the new co-chairs had looked at it under ARAC. This complete undermining of government policy is disingenuous and despicable and does nothing for racism.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday has a question.
Mr. Speaker, it's no doubt that the importance of accessible, affordable, quality childcare and early learning has been brought to the forefront because of the pandemic. There's a lot of anxiety around these conversations, Mr. Speaker, because instead of renewing or expanding our NDP government's $25 a day childcare pilot program, this UCP government just cancelled it, leaving families and childcare centres with little to no new funding in many instances. Why is the minister ignoring the conversation about affordable childcare when the whole country is talking about it, and why is she taking away quality, affordable options for Albertans in the process?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm not sure what the member opposite is talking about. I'm a little confused by some of his questions, because I heard him say today, Mr. Speaker, that we need to make sure that those who are most in need have access to high quality, safe, affordable childcare. And under their pilot, Mr. Speaker, it was offered for a select few parents making $200,000, $500,000, and $750,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't supporting rural families. It wasn't supporting those families accessing day homes. It certainly wasn't going to support shift working families, Mr. Speaker, who needed things like overnight care. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we are doing.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, given that earlier this year the federal government announced a $30 billion investment over the next 5 years to ensure all Canadians have access to affordable quality childcare and early learning, and given that this budget line item was no surprise, but since the UCP had no plan ready on how they would roll out the funding to all families. So why has the minister failed to give Albertans any real direction on how this government is going to leverage that federal funding to ensure universal $10 a day childcare rolls out for all Albertans, and we could do better without the rhetoric? Thank you.
Well, member for Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not rhetoric, it's fact. Instead of a select few parents, those making up to $800,000 a year, accessing $25 a day spaces, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes parents with those resources, they know how to access waitlist. Mr. Speaker, what we have done is shift the supports to those who need it most, so that parents right now here in Alberta, low-income parents, can access childcare for as low as $13 a day, not $25, $13, in the center of their choice, no matter where they live in this province, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times before, childcare is absolutely necessary to our economic recovery, and we are looking forward to these negotiations with the federal government.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, given that this minister, again, had plenty of time to come up with a plan, but we see nothing here months later, and given that the federal government's investment came only a month after this government cancelled the NDP's $25 a day childcare pilot, and given that Albertans are begging for affordable childcare, and this government turned their nose up at that federal funding, calling it cookie cutter, will the minister give Albertans some idea, any idea, on what the plan is for this money, give us some transparency, any accountability? Let's not leave this money on the table. Albertan families are expecting you, Minister, to do better.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I honestly have no idea what the member opposite is talking about. We are looking forward to negotiations with the federal government. Every single province in the country is looking for some flexibility in those plans to meet the needs of parents and children right across their province. I mean, here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, what did the members opposite do? They picked and chose a select few centres, and meaning a select few number of parents could access these supports. You know, Mr. Speaker, what we want to make sure is that we can offer supports to families and to operators right across this province so that we can meet the demands of Alberta working parents.
The honourable member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents of Calgary North and Albertans have demanded that our government continue to invest in schools and post-secondaries to ensure our next generation is set up for success. From elementary to university, there are schools being built or undergoing maintenance to ensure that our students have the best possible learning environment. Can the Minister of Infrastructure provide an update on the North Calgary High School project to confirm whether we are on track for a summer 2023 opening for 1,800 students?
Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we are on track, and I apologize for the construction jargon, but he's an engineer. So about 8% of the total budget has been spent, and grade beams and pile caps have been formed and are ready for rebar. Damp proofing of completed grade beams is ongoing. Below grade insulation is being installed. Brick ledger installation is ongoing. Interior underground plumbing has begun, and a masonry contractor has been mobilized to the site and is expected to start laying blocks next week, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that many schools across the province are in various states of disrepair, and further given that this government has claimed capital maintenance and renewal projects are a good way to create jobs in the short term and to preserve the value of the school buildings. Can the Minister of Infrastructure also update this House regarding the capital maintenance and renewal school projects?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, on top of $106 million planned to spend, we accelerated additional $250 million for school CMR projects last year, creating thousands of jobs, completing much-needed upgrades, and over the next 3 years, we'll be spending $203 million, which totals out to $559 million. So more than $500 million, Mr. Speaker, on capital maintenance and renewal on schools alone between 2020 and 2024. We have made a very real commitment to maintain and renew our school buildings, Mr. Speaker.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that some communities are growing fast and existing schools are insufficient to meet their needs, and further given that Alberta's fiscal situation is bleak with billions of dollars in deficit spending in this past year alone, can the same minister please inform us on what he is doing to build new schools in a way that is more affordable for taxpayers?
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a great need for new schools in many communities, but we need to bear in mind skyrocketing debt and deficit. That's why I was pleased to announce that 5 new schools will be built using a P3 model, which will keep costs down while ensuring students have spaces to learn. And the NDP doesn't like P3s. They have gone too far in calling them privatized schools, but I can reassure Albertans that these P3 schools will be open to all students in the province while providing cost certainty and value for taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to compliment the member for his strong advocacy on behalf of his constituents.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will complete tabling returns and reports.
We'll see how it works. He came to me last night after the Thanks for having
there other tablings? Seeing none,
The clerk.
I'll just give him a second to get out here. Honorable members, we're at points of order, and at 2:16, the official opposition House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise under 23J, uses abusive or insulting language of a nature likely to create disorder. And certainly, temperatures get hot, lots of back and forth today, very raucous debate. But my concern was the Minister of Energy in responding to a question from the member from Lethbridge West. Essentially dismissed her entire question and referred to her question as hysterical ranting. And suggested that she couldn't hear the question because of that hysterical ranting. So first, I would like to submit that she couldn't hear the question because her Minister of Health was heckling the entire time through that question. And secondly, the term hysterical and hysterical ranting is historically gendered language. It's an old-fashioned Freudian term, but throughout history, it's meant something very specific. Calling someone hysterical is akin to calling them crazy. Calling someone crazy in this House is to dismiss who they are and what they have to say without regard for the arguments that they're making. I realize that we do not have a list of unparliamentary words, but calling somebody's question in question period that they delivered in an appropriate tone, hysterical ranting, creates disorder in this House and is abusive of this Parliament and disrespects the members involved. I would ask the Minister of Energy to apologize and withdraw and hopefully return to debating the merits rather than that type of gendered language. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in looking at what I understood, I said I can hardly hear the question with all the hysteria and hysterical ranting and raving. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the definition and the synonyms for hysteria. It's loud, it's excited, it's mad and angry. It also applies to laughter, Mr. Speaker, instantaneous burst of laughter. It also applies to distraught, deeply hurt and saddened. Mr. Speaker, I would also note that when the NDP were in government, they didn't think the term was inappropriate when they were in government. In fact, the member from Edmonton-Glenora on April 5th of 2016 made repeated use of the term hysterical when referring to Conservative members. That can be found in 3 of her responses to questions that day on asking questions, interestingly, looks like it's on energy policies. So, Mr. Speaker, the use of the term hysteria is a matter of debate. There's many definitions for it. I can hardly think that it would be a gender thing. I'm wearing pink today, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think I would be using gender-based language. Hysteria means loud and excited, angry, and it's, Mr. Speaker, I think some of those terms would describe the level of loudness during that question coming from the entire Assembly. The question in here in my response wasn't directed to an individual person. It was directed to the tone and rancor in this Assembly as a whole. And I think that's a matter that should be dealt with in a more appropriate manner. And I think that speaks volumes to the level of debate in this chamber and is something that should be rectified. It's not a matter of it's not a point of order. It's a matter of debate, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? I am prepared to rule. And while I will be the first to admit I am no expert on gendered-based language, so if the official opposition House Leader wants to provide me some information at a later time, so I might be more educated on these sort of things, I would be happy to accept that from her in terms of sort of the overall use of the word. Having said that, I think that the Honourable Minister of Energy has also provided some other context where members of her own caucus or of the NDP caucus have used similar sort of language, and while I don't know the entirety of that context, I would suggest that this isn't a point of order with respect to the use of that language in the context in which it was used today. Having said that, I have some long-standing experience in and around this chamber over the last 7 years as a member and previously as a staffer and as a long-time political observer. And at no point in time have I ever seen a member of this assembly make an accusation about a premier getting hammered, or any other member of this assembly. I would suggest that making accusations, no matter the political context or frustrations that are around them, and I understand in the fullest of ways just how charged that event was. But to make an accusation that a member of this assembly, and in particular the premier, is getting hammered at any time would be wildly inappropriate, and in the strongest possible of ways, if there was a point of order that occurred during that particular exchange, I would suggest that that was it. I hope that all members will govern themselves accordingly in the future, and I will be more than happy to connect with the official opposition House Leader to understand the potentiality of gender-based language. This is not a point of order. I consider the matter dealt with and concluded. We are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Committee of the Whole.
Members, I would like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 67, the Skilled Trades and Apprenticeship Education Act. We are on Amendment A1. This amendment was moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A1? Seeing the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address A1, which is before us, and just so we are talking about the same thing. Sorry, can't lick my finger. It has to do with changing or inserting membership requirements as they currently exist by expanding to include, and then there's a number of members representing different designated trades. So on the employer side and the employee side, and then those who have an interest in interest of employers of persons who are employed in industries other than designated trades, and then also employees in industries other than designated trades. And this was up for debate, I believe, last night. It was introduced, and a couple of my colleagues at least talked to this and had response back from the minister with regard to this amendment. I just want to, and I think this is the second time I've had the opportunity to stand up and talk about or debate Bill 67. And of course, it's replacing the AIT, the previous bill, in a pretty substantial way. There is, of course, a need and desire I think generally to update, to modernize what's before us, as the previous bill is in long-standing in terms of its tenure in this legislature, and this bill will replace that. Of course, apprenticeships are an important part of the post-secondary system in this province. Apprenticeships, long-standing in nature, and we heard previous debate where the panel that looked at, worked with the minister, and where a report was drawn from, or a summary of their work was put into a report. We heard, not from the report, but from debate previously, where apprenticeship systems exist and were understood and recognized and looked at in at least four jurisdictions in the world, Germany, the UK, I think it was Taiwan, but I could be wrong, and one other jurisdiction which just eludes me at this point in time. So there's a long-standing history of the benefits of having apprentices work with skilled tradespeople around the world. And in Canada, obviously because of our young country, we don't have that long-standing history, though we do have excellent tradespeople and their ability to train and teach younger generations of people to continue that is their profession is a good thing. And we do know that as tradespeople age, they need to be replaced, and there's a great need in making that happen, ensure that we have all the people who need to pipe fit, need to plumb, need to do electrical, need to do all of the things that put structures together and keep us safe. So, Madam Chair, what my colleagues and I have talked about is ensuring that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, that we keep some of the good things that were evident in the way the previous system worked. We ensure that the people who have a stake in the necessary training of tradespeople through apprenticeships and other kinds of instruction have a say in that, so that the sound information, the sound advice, the sound lived experience of those who have done the work, those who have employed the workers, continues to be at the table. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I think continuing to draw on those people in an instructive way is beneficial for apprentices now and into the future. I think that we have heard specifically from the jurisdiction in British Columbia that they have made some significant changes to their systems in the last 15 years, and that those changes have in fact been problematic, and there are concerns. So we want to address that preemptively instead of seeing things go down the same road. We're talking about ensuring that stakeholders' concerns about the removal of mandatory trade involvement on the board be addressed up front. We think that that's a common sense thing to continue to do, and I don't see it as a prescriptive thing. I see it as continuing to draw on the abilities and skills of people who have been there before, employers of designated trade areas and non-designated trade areas, to ensure that they're at the table, And I think there can be potentially a reworking of our amendment if the minister sees some benefit in it to improve it. And I would welcome that if that is something that the minister wants to do. I think that the amendment would continue to ensure that we have a modern apprenticeship system in this province where skilled trades and education for apprenticeships continues in a way that it's modern, it's updated, and it fits into the ideas that are in Bill 67. We, of course, know that the kind of addition that I'm talking to would just be a part of the greater whole that is here in the Act. It's not something that'll break the Act. It's not something that would change it. It is something that would add to a vibrant bill that is modernized and provides a new ecosystem, if you would, of apprenticeship training in this province. So, Madam Chair, those are some of my initial thoughts about why this amendment should be upheld and accepted. I believe that it was made in the spirit of trying to stick with the main thrust of the bill, but also keep the good parts of governance that were there in the past and that have served us and can continue to be flexible and agile and nimble in the future as needs to be, so that we really fill the vacancy that's going to be there. One of the debaters on the other side, one of the government members on the other side, I think said there was going to be a gap of 45,000 skilled tradespeople in this province, and I can't remember the time frame. But with that challenge before us, we need to keep employers on side because they really provide obviously the working opportunities. We need to keep we need to keep the employers on side. We need to keep representatives of employees on side as well in the designated trades and non-designated trades. And keeping them on this sort of board would ensure that not only the lived experience, but the good intel that comes from their presence can be quickly understood and delivered and acted on as we go forward. So, Madam Chair, those are, again, some of the concerns that I want to underline that previous colleagues have talked about in debate, and look forward to any response that the minister who's here, the minister may want to deliver in that regard. I think as I said, there's a lot to be said about keeping that experience around the table, and I'll end off at this point. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment to A1? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment is defeated. Division has been called. The members wishing to join online, please log in now. Ring the bells. Honourable members, a division has been called on Amendment A1. All those in the chamber who are in favour, please stand.
Ms. Gray, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci.
Members, before I call the other vote, the silence during the vote is extremely important for the clerk calling your name in a seat you don't normally sit in and half a face showing. All those in the chamber who are opposed to the amendment, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Amory, Mr. Jones, Mr. Yassin, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Long, Ms. Lovely, Honourable Mrs. Savage, Ms. Armstrong-Homeniuk, Mr. Tour, Ms. Furr, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hanson, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mrs. Zahir.
Honourable members will now move to the Microsoft Team member joiners. When you hear your name called, please unmute your mic, state your vote loudly and clearly, remute your mic, and keep your cameras on at all times.
Mr. Rosewell.
Opposed.
Mr. Singh.
Opposed.
Mr. Stefan.
Opposed.
Mr. Turton.
Opposed.
Mr. Walker.
Opposed.
Mr. Williams.
Opposed.
Is there anybody else joining us that has not had an opportunity to cast a vote? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 6, total against 32.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. We're back on the main bill, Bill 67. The honourable member from Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to rise at Committee of the Whole to debate Bill 67. I did have the opportunity to speak to it at second reading, and I'll recap my major comments, and then I have a number of questions now that we're into the detailed debate on this bill that I hope through Committee of the Whole we'll be able to get some clarity on. Bill 67 is a large amount of change to our skilled trades and apprenticeship system. But what Bill 67 truly represents is a consolidation of power to the minister and a deferral of decision-making to regulations. And so this bill becomes enabling legislation. It enables the minister to create a new framework. It enables the minister to make some very big, potentially broad changes to the systems. I've found it very difficult in talking to stakeholders who are directly impacted by this bill. Because the answer is, this bill could be used to do amazing things, and this bill could be used to do horrible things. And right now, as we are debating this bill, I can't read what's in these pages and let somebody know if this bill will impact them positively or negatively, because so much of it is deferred to regulation. It's just not there. There's no way to tell how it will be used. In my second reading remarks, I flagged to this government, as I have on so many other bills, that when you consolidate power to the minister, when you defer so much to regulation, not only are you empowering your current government, you are empowering all future governments to do the same. And it really removes transparency, and I will say it very, very much worries stakeholders. So in the middle of a pandemic, we now have a lot of people who are worried about potential devaluing of their current trade certificates. And so I'd like to start perhaps by posing some very high-level questions, knowing that there are a number of stakeholders who are either watching this live or will be reading the Hansard debate on this to try and glean more information about the intentions of this government. One of the big changes that is in this bill that was not in the Skills for Jobs report was this bill removes compulsory trades. And the removal of the compulsory trades system could have very, very negative repercussions. We've seen in BC where they removed compulsory trades in 2003. It has not been positive. The government of the day is now currently in major talks to bring the compulsory trade system back in. And so along that topic, I'd like to ask, right now, compulsory trades are being removed from this act. That's going to impact a number of compulsory trades, everything from appliance service technicians to boiler makers to electricians to iron workers to welders, steam fitters, pipe fitters, and others. My question is, will current compulsory trades be grandfathered, be protected in the way that they are now? Or will, through Bill 67, will current compulsory trades start to become watered down?
Members wishing to join debate, the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to respond to the question and some of the other comments as well. I just want to clarify, the Skills for Jobs Task Force did talk about providing more flexibility over the designation between compulsory and non-compulsory trades. We have a very rigid model right now over that designation, and that designation needs to happen actually through an order in council. That needs to happen by cabinet. And we recognize that in a fast-paced economy and in a changing landscape, we need to give employers and trades professionals more flexibility to determine appropriate pathways and to determine what type of level of certification is most appropriate for them, whether that's compulsory or not. So we're actually creating more flexibility and removing red tape in that process so that the new board can make that determination as needed, as per the advice of those skilled trades professionals and those, employers and other professionals. Furthermore, I also just want to comment and respond. I know that the member commented that she's hearing from some individuals that they're maybe worried or there is some worry about a devaluation of their trade certificate. And I hope that's not the case because actually what's established within this legislation is what could potentially be what is a very exciting, could potentially be a groundbreaking development when it comes to the valuation of trade certificates. One of the things that is established within the legislation is it gives government the ability to create academic recognition and academic equivalency for trade certificates, which doesn't exist right now, and I don't believe exists anywhere else in the country. I just want to point this out a little bit more clearly. When you complete a journeyman certificate, that receives almost no credit recognition. So if you complete your journeyman certificate and then you want to attend a local college or a university or a polytechnic and pursue other educational opportunities, you receive little to almost no credit for that previous learning. Through the changes that we are establishing within the bill, we will be able to subsequently make changes to Alberta's credential framework and work with our post-secondary institutions so that a journeyman certificate will receive academic recognition. So now a person with a journeyman certificate can continue on, can take a program at a college or polytechnic or other institution and receive recognition for that previous learning. And that opens up the door and creates many more opportunities for our skilled trades professionals to build their skills, to reach new heights, and to achieve more opportunities. So when it comes, just coming back to when it comes to the the determination between compulsory and non-compulsory, the new board, as well as I as minister, will be working very carefully with our trades professionals to get those designations right. There's no intention from my part, at least, to just make arbitrary designations. The whole model is designed to create more flexibility so that areas that, there's always, I often, from times as minister, get requests from groups who believe that a certain practice should become a compulsory trade. And again, there's part of the other problem is the current model that we have requires that if we are going to designate a new trade, it does need to fit into a very defined box. It doesn't allow for more flexible solutions. So this will allow for more flexible pathways, even if we are looking at new areas to be designated as trades. It allows us to be more responsive as well. Certain instances where I've heard from others as well, where a certain practice should not be designated as a trade. And the industry supports that. And so rather than that going through a very complicated government bureaucratic process and coming to cabinet and requiring cabinet approval and all that, we want to give much more of that power and authority and guidance to the board, who will be comprised of experts and individuals that are in this area to be able to make those decisions. So I'm confident the member opposite has more questions, but I'll sit down there because I know it's always dangerous when any politician gets a microphone. They just go on and on and on. So I'll try and limit myself, and happy to hear more questions.
Never known that to be true. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
I appreciate the minister responding on the record on these issues, and I appreciate the minister trying to be brief because I do have a number that I hope we are able to get through. In your last answer, so the question being, will the current compulsory trades...
Just remind you to direct your comments through the chair, despite the back and forth, which I'm happy to facilitate.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair. So my question originally was, will current compulsory trades be grandfathered? And the answer that I've heard is not any designated grandfathering. Instead, the board will review. The board, which is currently, the current version is going to be essentially ended. This legislation changes it so that the board will now be made up entirely of people of the minister's choosing. And this ties directly to the amendment that was just defeated. The official opposition put forward an amendment to ensure that there was balanced representation from all of the groups impacted by this. A very difficult task to do, but I will suggest that there's a number of concerns that this is being left entirely to the discretion of the minister. So compulsory trades won't be grandfathered. The board will decide, but the minister gets to decide who is on the board, and we need to trust that he will pick the right people and have the right balance. So this is an area of concern. I think stakeholders watching who are currently members of compulsory trades likely would have liked to have heard that their compulsory trade will be essentially grandfathered or continue to remain the way it is, but that's not the answer we received. And the minister's happy to be corrected if any of that is incorrect. The conclusion that the minister choosing could be bad, obviously the minister will suggest that that is actually quite great, and he will do a fabulous job of picking people. This is where we get into matters of trust. So I would now like to move on to a slightly different piece on page 6 of the bill. In the descriptions of the apprenticeship and education programs and the industry training programs, there's a clear difference between the two in that the industry training programs have zero classroom component. Classroom instruction is not even mentioned in what the minister may set up for these particular programs. And I had hoped that the minister may be able to clearly describe why industry training programs have no classroom component whatsoever. Because based off the conversations that I've had with many, there was some surprise at that, and understanding the intention behind industry training programs would be helpful.
Member, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief. I really will, I promise. I missed part of that apology, so perhaps it'll come back to me. But oh yes, on the board, it's not that far off from what's currently within the AIT Act. The AIT Act does say, there must be X number of employers and employees, et cetera, but still, there's wide discretion there about who is chosen. That happens through an order in council. So again, the government can appoint whoever they want in that regard. So it's the same practice. We've tried to reduce some red tape in that regard. So rather than having those appointments happen through order in council, they'll happen. They'll be appointed by the minister. But of course, we have to and will ensure that when we develop the new board, we have employers and employees and other key individuals there to ensure that we have broad representation to create a strong board that will help govern our trades and our apprenticeship system, which is essential. On the question about on-the-job training, this is a provision that already exists within the AIT Act, so this is a carryover. There is a provision within the AIT Act that does allow, in very certain circumstances for an employer that says, we need very specialized and nuanced on-the-job training to involve X, Y, and Z, that they can do that with little to no classroom instruction. So that already exists. That's current practice. So we're carrying that over within the new Act and just making it a little bit more clearer as well within Bill 67. And as well, I also just wanted to comment, with going back to the comment about compulsory trades versus non-compulsory, we have changed the categorization, of course, as the member noted, between restricted and non-restricted. We highly anticipate that most of the compulsory will just carry over into the category of restricted activities unless otherwise noted. But again, we'll be working very closely with the board to help make those next steps and those determinations.
Honourable member.
Very much. And even just the commitment that most compulsory trades will carry over into restricted. I think that's the kind of language that some of the trade unions who are watching the debate and reading the Hansard are looking for. Earlier in the debate, the minister suggested that credential recognition is entirely new in Bill 67. I do just want to flag for those following the debate at home that even now, under the current system, if someone is a journeyman electrician and they start a new apprenticeship as an instrumentation tech, they do get credit for the education they've already had within that system. Although I understand Bill 67 is broadening that and expanding it, and that is certainly a positive thing. Coming back to various questions, the minister, when he has a moment, again, the difference between apprenticeship education programs and industry training programs and why the industry training programs don't have a classroom component still isn't fully clear for me. I'm also curious, on page 6, section 4.1b, engage or approve persons or entities to provide training or trainees in industry training programs. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. This is, you will be able to designate private organizations like private companies to be able to do training going forward based on this bill, correct?
The Honourable Minister.
Sorry, I didn't hear the page or section reference. I think you were referring to the description or the categorization of sponsors and what that would capture. Yes, so the idea there, again, currently within the AIT Act, there's very narrow categorizations of who can indenture apprentices, essentially, and who can take on that responsibility. It's narrowly defined as employers within the AIT Act. We're expanding that definition under the term sponsors, so that will open up the doors for private organizations, nonprofit entities, consortiums, or others to be able to indenture apprentices, which is an important step forward. And furthermore, on the point of academic recognition, yes, there is some recognition. It is very limited, but through the changes that we'll be making, we'll be able to take that quite a significant step further. And as well, just coming back to the designation of trades as well. On average, from what I understand from officials within my team, it takes anywhere it takes a number of years. It takes 4 to 8 years to designate a new trade at a cabinet level. There needs to be extensive industry engagement and discussion as part of that process. So we want to remove red tape in that regard and help streamline that process so that if industry and other professionals really believe that a particular activity should be designated as a compulsory trade or that it should not be, there's a more streamlined pathway and more clearer guidelines as well as to what the criteria are to be able to do that. So I'm confident this will help streamline activities as well.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for keeping us organized. I have a question about the bill on page 11, section 9, subsection 1. General responsibilities of the minister. The minister is responsible for the administration of this part and for general administrative matters with respect to apprenticeship education programs, industry training programs, and the issuance of credentials. And I really just wanted to make sure I understood the use of the word credentials in this section because as I worked my way through the bill in this context, does this relate to trade tickets? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
The short answer is yes. That's the journeyman credential and other credentials as well. Recognizing as we're looking at this within the lens of expanding apprenticeship opportunities and creating new apprenticeships. So recognizing that issuing of credentials will be necessary in that regard. And I realize as well, a very quick point I forgot to comment, the member was asking again for a little more detail around the on-the-job training and in that categorization. Again, I'll try and see if I can pull together an example throughout the course of the debate because I don't have one directly in front of me. But as I mentioned, there are certain circumstances where an employer needs or requires specialized training in a particular area that's very, very nuanced, and the employer just delivers that, and the training is complete. So those are very special instances and categorizations, and again, those already occur. There's not a requirement in that instance for educational programming. It's not to say that we're the intent is to remove educational programming or requirements from any of current trades or apprenticeship programming, but just recognizing that in those very nuanced instances that may be required.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. In regards to that question and that word of credentials, I appreciate that. On page 11 as well, I really just need to emphasize section 10 is regulations for part 1. And reads the Lieutenant Governor and Council may make regulations, and then there's a number of ways the Lieutenant Governor and Council may make regulations and the Minister may make regulations. I really just want to flag this section because this section is the meat of what Bill 67 will do, but it's deferred to the future. And so for those who are watching at home, this is one of my concerns as a member of the official opposition, because so much of this being deferred to regulation, and the minister having said that he will consult widely and broadly, that consultation hasn't happened yet. And so we've got the major changes happening to the system. Everybody knows change is coming. Bill 67 is going to be passed, and then we don't know what the end result is going to look like, what the regulations will look like. And I suspect people will be wondering how long that might take, so I'm going to flag that as a question to develop the regulations. Will every organization who's interested in participating be able to? How will, because there are so many diverse trade unions and trades that are impacted by this, as well as employers. It's a big, big system. So getting this right is the key to making sure Bill 67 is positive for Alberta versus potential negative consequences. So I cannot underemphasize how important the regulations are going to be. And on that point, I think I will just pause because I'd love to hear from the minister how he will make sure that these regulations are developed fairly, in a way that engages everyone impacted, that is able to reflect back the positive possibilities of this bill. Because right now, so much of this is deferred to the future, and honestly, from the official opposition's perspective, it's very much a please trust us. We'll do the right thing. You can count on us. And from the official opposition's perspective, very difficult for us to do. Nothing personal to the minister, of course, but that is certainly a challenge from our perspective as we're looking at this and trying to explain to stakeholders what might happen or what impact this could have to them.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah, no worries, not taking anything personally, and of course recognize and understand the members' concerns as an opposition party would have those concerns. So broadly, you know, the members, right? Of course, we've set out so we've separated the bill into many parts, but the first two parts, the first dealing with apprenticeship education, the second dealing with trades. And then underneath each of those parts, given the minister the ability to develop regulations that affect trades and that affect apprenticeship education. Because one of the other important things that this bill is doing is separating apprenticeship education from trades. Because currently, if you are in an apprenticeship program, that leads to a trade. They're almost synonymous. And we want to look at, as I mentioned earlier, future and more modern and dynamic applications of apprenticeship so that you can learn a career or a profession through an apprenticeship style of education, which is learning by working, without it necessarily having to lead to a trade. So we have to make that separation, and then we have to develop regulation that governs that distinction. And I unfortunately don't have the specifics directly in front of me, but I'm happy to get back to the member and other stakeholders that are watching about the precise timelines. We plan, I believe it's this month, we plan to begin the engagement efforts. And just a quick step back, the intent is to use the next couple of months to engage with, as you mentioned, as the member mentioned, there are many stakeholders, so we want to use the next couple of months to engage widely and broadly on the development of the regulations that are associated with this bill. If memory serves me correct, we'll be kicking off that engagement effort this month, and that'll continue on for the next couple of months. We're looking at surveys, discussions, roundtables. I'm trying to recall from the briefing material that we had agreed upon with officials in the department. But a multi-pronged approach, I guess, is what I'm trying to articulate, we'll be implementing over the course of the next couple of months to get feedback from employers, employees, unions, and others that are involved in Alberta's apprenticeship system. So more to come, and more for interested parties to be able to contribute in the next few months.
The Honourable Member from Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Continuing to look at the bill on page 14, section 13, this is all about the Alberta Board of Skilled Trades. And again, the minister has mentioned he already has a lot of discretion on who he appoints to the board. The official opposition proposed an amendment wanting to keep some of those important categories and making sure we have equal representation from different stakeholder groups that are impacted by this bill. That's not what will go forward in this current version of the bill. My question is specific to the board, because the board does do so many important things. The board, in fact, you just tabled the annual report. That was, I think, just last week. And my question is, and I can't quite tell through this legislation, but right now the annual report includes goals, strategies, as well as key performance measures. And I mentioned the key performance measures and indicators specifically because we've seen the business plans here from the Alberta government across three. A lot of those detailed performance measures have been taken out and in an effort to streamline or what have you. But looking at the types of things that are currently measured, can the minister commit that these things will continue to be measured and reported on? Because Data like the number of apprenticeship graduates and whether they're employed, all of these things that are currently measured would be incredibly important to compare today's system to the changes in the future. And will these annual reports continue to come out with the same level of detail is my question for the Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, it's hard to say because, of course, the board is the one who develops and produces the report. And yes, of course, that's signed off and approved by the ministry. But I think as the member opposite will know, I believe strongly in key performance indicators and performance measures and evaluating those. In fact, we're shifting the entire funding model for our post-secondary system to focus on key performance indicators and performance outcomes. So I highly suspect we'll continue to report on important indicators. I also think there's an opportunity as we're engaging in this process to have a look at those indicators and have a look at the annual reports that are being generated and make sure they're and look at them with a critical eye to make sure that we're reporting on the right things. So obviously that's not a level of nuance or detail that one would detail in legislation about how a board or an agency would produce its annual report. But I understand the member's question irrespective of that, and I do think it's incredibly important that we have robust reports to monitor, evaluate, and track the success and progress of our trades and apprenticeship system more broadly.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Continuing on about the various powers and functions of the board, on page 15, section 14(2)(c), so talking about what the board may do, and so the board may make orders, and C is recognizing documents issued outside Alberta as being the equivalent of a trade certificate if the board considers it appropriate to do so. Now, specifically, this is an area that I'm not as familiar with, and whether the board currently has that power, but certainly through stakeholders, it's been raised to me that this could be a very, very big issue for our brothers and sisters in the trades. Through 2C, will the board be able to open up a window for more temporary foreign workers to be brought in when there's a trade shortage? Through this clause, in my understanding that the trade certificates from Poland or Venezuela or Louisiana could just be deemed good enough, and then those workers coming to Alberta, and obviously I'm asking this with a jobs focus in mind, and the impact to our Alberta tradespeople if those certificates, if you could please talk a little bit about how the board might be using this and the potential impacts to our Alberta tradesmen and women.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intent here is of course, to ensure harmonization efforts and activities continue across Canada in terms of harmonization of trade certificates and other trades credentials. I don't see a strong scenario where the members' concerns can be played out, recognizing that acceptance of immigration protocols and standards and temporary foreign worker program is of course matters that are subject to the federal government. Of course, we do have the ability as a province and as we do here to determine how we recognize credentials from outside of Alberta, but there's still limits that the federal government establishes on immigration policy more broadly. But the intent here, as I mentioned, is to continue to ensure that we're working with other provinces to ensure harmonization of trade certificates.
The Honourable Member from Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On page 17 of this, section 16, assistance to the board and committees, it talks about various things that materials and other resources, including funding, that the minister may provide to the board. And so the idea of costing to me is interesting, especially given how big the systemic changes are from the current trade system to the future trade system, Madam Chair. And so I wanted to ask the minister what costing comparisons have been done at this point, are you confident that the changes happening in Bill 67 will overall save money? Compared to the current act, what will happen in terms of costs, and is this a blank check? What will this look like going forward? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't anticipate major cost implications as a result of the changes of the bill. In fact, I anticipate the opposite. As I mentioned earlier, one of the lenses or the foundational principles that we looked at in developing the new legislation was an eye towards red tape reduction, streamlining processes more broadly and creating a more flexible and nimble system. And of course, I think we can all agree when people are able to spend less time filling in reports or applications, they're able to focus more on other areas of priority, and that helps strengthen productivity and reduce unnecessary costs, an organization needing to hire someone to fill in reports and things of that nature. So we are confident we'll be able to create a more streamlined system that will save. I'm not sure if the member was referring very, very specifically to the board and to the costing of the board. We are, of course, projecting, I believe, if memory serves me correct, I believe the board that we're establishing here is slightly larger than the current AIT board. We have looked at what is the costing of the current AIT board and the costing associated with travel and other activities for those board members, and are projecting a state of equivalency of costing for the board itself. But on a more broad level, I anticipate through a lot of the red tape reduction efforts and through streamlining processes, we'll be able to create a more efficient system and save dollars here as well.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In my debate at second reading, one of the things I introduced into the debate was the concern that Bill 67 could potentially be used to go down the path of micro-credentialing. And during that debate, I know one of the members from the government was puzzled, and the words micro-credentialing aren't in here. And so I wanted to just get on the record clearly where this concern is coming from. And it's from the concept of an endorsement, which will have the meaning ascribed to it in regulations. So this is an example of a thing that is in the bill, but we don't actually know what it is because the regulations haven't been written yet. And that endorsement could potentially be a form of micro-credentialing, which would be incredibly concerning to a lot of our trades. Now, the endorsement could potentially be an improvement if it was an add-on to journeyman certificate or another system like that. But I wanted to check with the minister. Certainly a lot of the concerns I'm hearing from stakeholders are around the very, very big question of how will Bill 67 impact wages? Will it water down credentials and lower wages overall? And will endorsements be used to bring in a form of micro-credentialing here in Alberta? And so these are very big questions that a lot of the people impacted by Bill 67 are concerned about, and would be happy to hear from the minister as far as his intentions.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, yeah, I would encourage everyone to look at this with optimism. I don't see an environment where this, the changes here could result in lower wages or watered down credentials. I mean, I could see an environment if you're, I guess I understand the concern, because if you're thinking about it through the lens of micro-credentials, if you micro-credential everything, then that creates a very different environment. That's not the intent to do that. I don't want to get on a big conversation about micro-credentials. I think there's something that we need to broadly consider within our higher education system. And in fact, within Alberta 2030, we have talked specifically about the need to get stakeholders together and develop a micro-credentialing framework for the province. I think there's some value in micro-credentials where they meet certain needs and certain training parameters, but we haven't developed the bill or are thinking about it through the lens of using micro-credentials to create all of these smaller credentials that could create challenges for individuals. So again, I think there's through the academic recognition, there's tremendous opportunity to create more pathways for skilled trades professionals that will further strengthen their skills, and I would argue to do the opposite and lead to a more robust skill set and higher wages within their professions. So, but again, just to close on the micro-credentialing side, yeah, that's not the lens that we've looked at through this at all. But I do think that within Alberta's higher education landscape and system more broadly, we need to think about how do micro-credentials fit, and how are they delivered, and who recognizes them, and who issues credentials for them, and are there standards for them, and things of that nature. So those are large policy conversations that I think need to happen within the post-secondary ecosystem and at a future time.
The honourable member.
Thank you for that, Minister. I certainly think that the words micro-credentialing, as I've heard people use them, have sounded more like an expletive and potential problem. So I know if micro-credentials are under discussion, there are lots of stakeholders who would want to be part of that conversation. And certainly I invite you to engage with all of them. The next question I have for you is, in reading the bill, I just want to make sure I understand this. Will Bill 67 devolve some of the accreditation? Like, will that be brought to a lower level, or a different group doing the accreditation through Bill 67?
The honourable minister.
No, but I'm going to ask the member if she might be able to provide some more clarity when she means accreditation. But I don't recall changes to accreditation models that are being contemplated here. But I'm sure the member might be able to provide some more clarity and details there.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In this case, this question was forwarded to me through a stakeholder to ask during the debate. And I think without more detail to pass on to you right now, we'll just know that this bill is not devolving accreditation in its current form, which I think will be appreciated. We've covered a lot of ground through some of this back and forth around the minister's intent, as well as the potential positives and negatives on Bill 67. And I do want to allow some of my colleagues the opportunity to ask questions in Committee of the Whole and to discuss Bill 67. And with thanks to the minister for going back and forth with me, I will say that I continue to be very skeptical and concerned about being asked to vote for a bill that I cannot describe to someone what the system will look like after this bill passes. That defers so much to regulation, and that consolidates so much power into the hands of the minister. These are really, really big issues, especially for a system as fundamental as our apprenticeship and skilled trades training system and accreditation system. So I will continue to listen and engage in debate at Committee of the Whole with a great deal of interest, and I probably will think of another question or two as we go. But for now, I will cede my time so that my colleagues may also ask questions around Bill 67 and its impacts here in Alberta. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do first want to comment that I found the debate, particularly by the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, very, very engaging. I truly do appreciate her thoughts and contemplations on this bill, and appreciate the debate that she's brought forward. It is my privilege here to stand today and speak to Bill 67 and the Skilled Trades and Apprenticeship Education Act. This new act will update the 30-year-old Apprenticeship and Industry Training Act with a more modern and efficient system that will prioritize student learning in many jobs, trades, and industries. Our government is modernizing apprenticeship education and the governance of skilled trade professions to make sure Alberta's workforce is and remains skilled, competitive, and equipped to deal with the challenges today and in the future. Alberta is incredibly blessed to have the workforce and jobs that we do. In order to keep our jobs and training and industry professionals some of the best and most effective in the country and the world, we are prioritizing these changes to the current apprenticeship training model. I am extremely happy that we're able to follow through on a campaign promise to allow the apprenticeship model to expand to other professions so that more occupations can utilize this effective form of education. Apprenticeship education is proven to strongly support student learning and success and holds as much value, merit, and worth as all forms of post-secondary education. Particularly for me, this is very, very meaningful legislation. And I'd like to share a little bit of my story as I have journeyed through the apprenticeship program. Several years ago, many years ago, I began this process. There was an economic downturn in this province, and I could not find a job with my post-secondary education from the BC Institute of Technology as a civil engineering technologist. That was during a time where privatization of some industries occurred in Alberta, and many government workers flooded into the private sector, and I couldn't find a job. So I began a journey as a laborer in construction. That took me on a 4-year journey, at which point I received my journeyman's ticket. And I also wrote at the time my Red Seal journeyman's test and received my Red Seal journeyman's carpenter's certification. This led me for the next 20 some odd years down the road of strong experience. I learned how to frame houses as well as form and finish concrete. I did a lot of residential finishing in construction, as the member opposite has shared his experiences as a finishing carpenter as well. I learned how to hang commercial doors, and it is one of my greatest pleasures in this building. The doors of this chamber are extremely beautiful and an incredible example of what artisans and apprentices and journeymen can accomplish. And I'm very proud to be part of that trade. I followed my career and ended up doing a lot of commercial millwork. Spent a lot of times working in finishing restaurants, from Tony Roma's to Eastside Mario's to the Ruth's Chris restaurant right here in Edmonton, just down the road. Nearly every piece of wood in that restaurant, myself and my crew installed over a decade ago, and I'm very, very proud that it is still one of the most recognized restaurants here in Edmonton. I spent a large deal of time in commercial retail. When the Chinook Mall in Calgary did their major expansion, I worked on many of those stores and spent countless hours working in those boutiques. And I'm proud that they still are around. And I think that's one of the points of pride that many journeymen experience in their careers, is having built or worked on a project, being able to go by years and years later and still seeing that building, that store, the work that you did with the strength of your hands still in place. I have traveled out of Lethbridge. I have traveled to Vancouver, Toronto, Seattle, Montreal, and done installs all over Canada and North America. It was a foundation for myself starting 5 businesses, 4 of them that are still active. It led me, and I'm very happy to hear in the debate from the member opposite and the minister that recognition of credentials is such a central piece in this legislation, because it allows people like me to take that experience and learning and go on to further things, which in my personal circumstance, I took that experience and applied it to project management and was able to achieve my gold seal in commercial project management. And from that point and that credential, I was able to add to go back to my training from college all those years ago and re-establish my certificate of engineering technology, and still hold that to this day as well. A large amount of learning and experience from what I learned allowed me to speak predominantly to the prompt payment legislation that we as a government brought through in the past year. Again, very relevant to our industry, a major concern to many in that trade. And in fact, again, somewhere around 10 years ago, I was appointed as one of Alberta's representatives to the Canadian Construction Association in Ottawa, where we met and spoke about prompt payment a decade ahead of what we were able to do here in Alberta. So very proud that we were able to bring that level of expertise to that table at a national level, and very proud that Alberta has been able to represent itself in that way. The information that I've learned in my experience through being a skilled trade and journeyman carpenter allowed me to work on numerous schools within Alberta, on infrastructure, learn how they work, work on how portables, which we now use in our education system, are added to that, speak to the development of safety codes, and understanding safety when you add a portable building to a fixed building. How do you handle fire codes and fire suppression, egress, HVAC, so on and so forth. I was able to work at numerous post-secondary education institutions, and in fact, with my learning through apprenticeship and carpentry, was the project lead on bringing to the University of Lethbridge their 3T MRI, which they have in partnership with private industry, which is one of only 2 or 3 in all of Canada and one of a very few in all of North America with that level of technology and ability to help diagnose patients with the need of an MRI. I have been able to work in hospitals, work on surgical suites, work on palliative care floors, work in all kinds of different suites, which has brought an immense amount of experience and knowledge to myself to be able to bring to this legislature. Years of work with municipalities, where the company I worked for won through procurement the right to work for municipalities and repair or build new buildings for the city of Lethbridge and other towns, which that kind of education, again, very relevant to the work that we do in this place, and just has added to the depth and breadth of the debate that I'm able to bring. Working on buildings like the police station or transportation maintenance and storage, and on the story goes as well. One final piece of the type of work that I've been able to experience in my career is working on seniors' homes, which again has significance in the debate and understanding of our care for seniors, what they need and how they're cared for, right down to the buildings that they now live in. So with that, I share that just to, again, illustrate how important it is to recognize different walks of life, ones where people start in the trades. You never know where that experience can lead them, and in my case, very proud to have the honor to represent Lethbridge East and be in this chamber. The changes we are proposing and respond to the recommendations of the Skills for Jobs Task Force, which is another campaign promise kept by the Minister of Advanced Education, and aligns with the Alberta 2030 Building Skills for Jobs strategy to positively transform the province's post-secondary education system. And one point of note that I was very pleased to hear that my former employer from Lethbridge was named to the Skilled Jobs Task Force, and again, represented Lethbridge extremely well in that development of those recommendations from a very ground level, grassroots, from those in the industry. And I was very, very pleased for that appointment for him, as well as for our province. The new act will promote the equal value of apprenticeship education with other forms of post-secondary education and encourage more Albertans to pursue trades professions, not only as an alternative option, but as an equal and meaningful career. Approximately 7,800 new apprenticeships were registered in 2020, which is down slightly from the previous year, which was over 11,600. I think we can all guess as to some of the impacts and the reasons why that may have occurred. And that 11,600 began their program in 2019, but still a large number of apprentices beginning their journey in that way. In 2020, apprentices were learning on the job at more than 11,000 employers' sites across Alberta. Advanced education staff connected with more than 15,000 employer shops to promote apprenticeship programs and work with employers and apprentices to ensure the successful completion of apprenticeship education. More than 1,000 scholarships were awarded in Alberta apprentices, totaling $1 million. Apprenticeship education has proven to strongly support student learning and access, and the apprenticeship model of learning has great potential to support professions beyond the skilled trades. Regardless of the post-secondary education someone is pursuing, we believe there should be the option to formally develop programs around apprenticeship opportunities. We all learn in unique and different ways. For many, the hands-on portion of apprenticeship learning can make all the difference. That wasn't necessarily the case for me, but I did experience that with many men and women on their journey where just reading from a book was challenging. Not that they couldn't push through it, not that they didn't do that portion of it, but when they got into a shop, when they put their hands to a piece of wood, used the tools, they became artists, literally, in what they were able to do. And that success, that alternative option for many of our fine people in Alberta is something that we need to develop, encourage, and promote. It's not just how you learn, it can be who you learn from. And some of the teachers that I experienced, again, tradesmen and tradeswomen, just brought a perspective and experience that spoke a language that was a little different than the standard classroom and made all the difference. And it can be what you learn. And I appreciate the depth and breadth and extensions that this bill will bring forward and the work that the Minister of Advanced Education has done in that regard. One of the industries in Lethbridge that has spoken to me specifically about this bill is the meat cutting industry. They are not at this point recognized as a trade, but it is a huge portion of our food and agricultural industry. Manitoba has recently added meat cutting to their apprenticeship program, and I would be incredibly pleased to work with the Minister of Advanced Education to promote that trade, or that potential trade, to be adopted in Alberta as an incredible high-paying job for those who live in Alberta, those who may come and move to Alberta, and to expand our presence in the food and agricultural sector. Expanding and improving apprenticeship opportunities in our province sets the next generation of trades, employees, and other participating careers up for greater success. I am incredibly grateful for my time learning in an apprenticeship situation, and thus I am fully in support of this bill and would ask everyone in this House to consider and vote for it as well. Thank you very much.
Third, Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When last we spoke, I suggested I would yield time to my colleagues, but I thought of something else because in reality, I was looking at the trees, and when I sat down and had a moment to step back and look at the forest again, I realized there's a giant area that we didn't talk about at all, and that is right now our trade system is it's considered industry-driven. And the industry network through the provincial apprenticeship committees and the local apprenticeship committees are hugely important, bringing knowledgeable partners together to advise the minister and to provide that professional counsel. It's a real strength of Alberta's system, and we have some incredibly high-functioning, busy, dealing with huge issues provincial apprenticeship committees. The members of these committees are drawn from trades and from employers, and by having fewer knowledgeable industry participants, we very much risk the trades training quality decreasing or health and safety decreasing. The current Act has an entire section with the committees relating to the trades that talks about the provincial apprenticeship committees, the local apprenticeship committees, what they need to be doing, and sets a framework out. The new Act says the board may establish committees. And that right there has caused a great deal of anxiety for those who are currently involved in this industry-driven system, because the players involved see this as incredibly valuable and really important for the minister to be able to get good advice from both employers and the trades, as well as not just advice, but these groups at times work on for example, making sure that Alberta's training is Red Seal compliant with the other provinces doing training. So big stuff. And yet, this bill essentially renders them optional. There may be committees. They may inform the minister. But really, the minister now has the consolidated power that if the committees don't exist, that's okay too. And I see this as a really big problem for stakeholders. And so the fact that these committees could go away entirely is a cause of great concern. I think partnership with industry is incredibly important. The fact that these committees through legislation have become a may rather than a system of value to support the minister in the decision making. And I would very much like to hear more about the potential dissolution of these important committees.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, let me just say, yeah, absolutely, an industry-driven trades and apprenticeship system is a critical pillar to the success of a vocational education system. It is absolutely critical. You can't operate one if it's not industry-driven. And that will absolutely be reflected. And I understand the members' concerns around, because yes, in the current AIT Act, the committee structure is detailed quite extensively in the bill. And of course, in this bill, we've taken a very different approach. As the member said at the beginning, this is enabling legislation to give us the framework to be able to take the next steps. We didn't go, of course, with keeping a prescriptive framework around committees with the new bill, because it's one of the areas that the task force did flag. They did talk extensively in their report about governance, and they continue to come back to the point that the current governance model is too prescriptive, too rigid, doesn't allow for a nimble and flexible and modern application. So we wanted to ensure that we gave the board that degree of flexibility and nimbleness. And I understand the member and the terminology in the bill says there may be committees, but I can assure everyone there will be committees. We need that strong industry network from across the province to help inform competencies, outcomes, and to facilitate our trade system. We're not quite there yet, of course, and we intend to develop that through regulation, and we'll use the next few months, as I've already mentioned, to engage extensively with some of the current committees and other stakeholders about what that governance framework, what that committee structure should look like. Because there's an opportunity to develop something new and fresh, perhaps and a little bit more modern. I'm not quite sure where they'll land. We'll give the board some high degree of deference, but I was actually just talking about this with officials from my department the other day, and I made it clear to them that it's a clear expectation of mine that in whatever the board must take an approach in determining this committee structure that engages extensively. I won't accept a proposed, committee or governance structure that has just been developed by the board in isolation without any kind of discussion or engagement. That won't be acceptable. But I think there's great opportunity, and I think one of the areas that I personally am looking at, but of course we need to have wide engagement and consultation. I have a lot of interest in what New Zealand has been doing recently in their vocational system. They've created regional workforce councils, which I think is quite interesting, so that they look at the regional workforce needs, right? So do we need more plumbers in northern Alberta, welders, carpenters? What are the regional workforce needs? And then obviously they work to make sure that those regional needs are met, which I think is a novel idea. And they also have sector skills councils, which also strikes me as quite interesting. Rather than our current model, which looks at every specific trade, and they're actually just making these changes as well. Very recently, I think a year ago, they're looking at, and I just use this as an example, these skills councils that are structured around particular areas of the economy. So let's say construction. and they bring employers, employees, and other partners and other individuals that have an interest in the construction sector more broadly to discuss the skills needs of that industry and of that sector. And they think about, well, how should the competencies change? How is technology changing the field? Where do we need to go? And they're thinking about it on a much higher level, of course, as an entire sector, which I find quite interesting. But I just give those as examples because I think that we have an opportunity with this bill to look at those other models, to see what works best here. I think there's a lot of strength in the current system that we have with our local committees and provincial committees, but I think there's also an opportunity to do some significant research and discussion about other models that could work effectively as well. So we will be developing that. It will can provide a reassurance. We'll absolutely be industry driven. That's an essential component of success of a vocational system anywhere. So happy to answer any more questions that the member may have.
Honourable member.
Very much, and I appreciate the minister speaking to the value of industry-driven advice and his consideration of that. What I've heard from stakeholders is that the current industry-driven PACs, LACs, and even the board itself may have been underused by the minister. A lot of appointments expired and those positions were not filled. Perhaps that was in anticipation of Bill 67, but certainly it's left an impression that the minister hasn't been consulting with those existing frameworks that are set up. I will also say that I understand the minister plans to consult widely, but in his response on the question on PACs and LACs, he just very clearly said, we might recreate it, but we might do something entirely new, and we're not sure. And I would just like to flag the level of uncertainty that leaves people within the current system, as well as how hard it is, again, for the official opposition to support a piece of legislation that we have no idea where it's going to go and how it will be implemented. I cannot stress that enough because, again, we are talking about a bill that is enabling legislation. Everything's deferred to regulation. The minister will have new powers, things that the board used to do, now the minister or the administration will be doing. And significant key pieces like the LACs and PACs have been put in as a may. And so the board that the minister appoints is going to be so critical. And the minister will have a lot of influence over who is on that board, what perspectives that they represent as they enter into that. So it really becomes an incredibly important thing for the minister to be able to try and get this right. And this is where you can get into real trouble if you don't realize that perhaps you're in an echo chamber and you're not talking to all the stakeholders. That can be a big challenge. Again, one of the reasons why the official opposition put forward our amendment and through the debate is raising all of these concerns. So I thank the minister for going back and forth and sharing this. I remain very concerned around 67 and its potential impacts, especially given there are obviously big foundational areas that the minister doesn't know yet where we're going to land. And from one perspective, that is right and good because he needs to consult, but from another perspective, that's really problematic because we don't know where we're going to land and we don't know what vision the minister may have for these systems. I do want to just once again emphasize that the current industry network system and its ability to help make informed decisions regarding the trades with advice from those directly involved in the trades is incredibly important. And so I hope that the minister will emphasize that. I'm glad to hear of the direction he's given his department, but it's certainly a top concern for the stakeholders that I'm working with.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, and happy, Madam Chair, just to reinforce that, how important an industry-driven process is and the important role that industry has. That's the, as I mentioned a moment ago, that's a critical pillar of the success of our trades and vocational system here in Alberta and around the world. In fact, you look at leading jurisdictions that have incredibly successful vocational educational and training programs, they're industry driven. So you know, that foundational principle isn't going anywhere. In terms of, you know, not appointing board members or vacancies, we did have, this was just as it relates to the current AIT board, and we did have some vacancies, and of course, as per the bill, we elected not to appoint new people to a board that would no longer be in place for obvious reasons. And again, in terms of new powers, you know, I just want to come back to this because there's a balance here. I mean, there are some areas where we're changing. You know, so as I mentioned, appointing members to the board currently, and that's to the AIT board. Currently, Cabinet does this, and we're changing that so that the minister can do it. So there is a little bit of a change there. And as well, when it comes to trade designation authority, that's also through Cabinet, and we're moving that to the minister. So we're doing that to help create a more efficient system, and to allow things to move more quickly. There's also other powers that currently rest with Cabinet that will be making clear rest with the board, because we want to make sure that the board can make certain decisions and that doesn't have to go through Cabinet. So yes, while some functions are going from Cabinet to the minister, other functions are going from Cabinet to the board. And it's all being looked at through the lens of making a really efficient and nimble system. And again, I'll just come back to the committee element really quickly. You know, I understand the members' concerns. My intent is to work with our stakeholders and other professionals to build this new modern framework together. And I believe that we have to, you know, give ourselves the ability, first of all, to do that. And then secondly, make sure we have broad engagement and consultation, which we will, as I mentioned earlier, over the next few months. We'll be devoting a lot of effort to engagement and consultation on the regulations that will supplement this bill. And I really think we have a unique window to look at. You know, maybe the current committee structure is the right one, and maybe we collectively decide, you know what, we don't need to make any changes to that. Okay, well, so be it. You know, I don't have I don't have all the answers, and I don't have a particular framework in mind that I'm going to say, though, this has to be the framework. We need to consult with industry, employers, employees, other groups, apprentices, and build a structure that meets everybody's needs. And if I recall correctly, under the current model on the local committees, I think apprentices aren't even allowed to be on those local committees, which I think we could all agree is a little bit of a head scratcher. So let's capitalize on the window. Let's capitalize on the opportunity. Let's take a look at what's happening in other jurisdictions, and let's see how we can really build a strong framework that is going to benefit all Albertans, that is going to benefit our apprentices, employers, all partners in our trades and apprenticeship system, and subsequently benefit our economy. And so I think that there's a window that we can really capitalize on here together. So thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thought we'd just, break up the voice a little here in the House. I just want to start by thanking the Minister for very fruitful answers and serious consideration of the questions this afternoon. It's always such a pleasure to feel like we're having a discussion that will help everybody understand a little better. I hardly would consider myself anyone who understands this area with any great depth. So my questions may even seem slightly naive, and I accept that. But I do have some understanding of the nature of academia. I have taught at the University of Calgary and MacEwan University for many, many years. And so my questions come from a peripheral understanding of this, and perhaps don't completely apply. But I do understand that we are in a time of significant change in society with regard to the types of pieces of work that will be required for a variety of industries. I mean, what we're doing right now with renewables in this province is incredible. And most of the tasks that are engaged in the renewables energy area probably weren't even imagined 30 years ago. And so I know that many people are trying to figure out how do you shift from the type of work that you were doing in the previous occupation to the new occupation. And I see that there's some attempt in this legislation to recognize that people certainly have strong skill sets, and that we need to understand that those skill sets exist and respect that they exist, and to acknowledge them as people make transitions from one nature of work to another nature of work. So I guess I welcome an examination of how that might happen. And I understand, as the minister has said, and of course our critic has said, that this is an enabling legislation that much of what we're concerned about will play out as things happen. I'd certainly be interested, I mean, just as the minister has a moment at some point, to speak about some of the particular new trades that they imagine, the minister or the government in general imagines may need to be established and designated over the next little while, that presently don't have that status. It would just be of interest to me as much as anything else to understand some of that. And of course, part of that I'd be interested to know a little bit about which trades are likely to be disestablished. Are we seeing, because of the transitions out there in the community, that some trades, as they're presently configured, are likely not to continue? We certainly don't need the same kind of skill sets that we needed 100 years ago in this province, in exactly the same configuration, and I suspect that's an ongoing reality of every government everywhere and every province everywhere. And so just any kind of insight the minister has on the particular ones that are going through transition. One particular piece that I have some concern about, and it may be just from my outsider stance in all of this, is that as people expand the number of types of trades that are out there, that you tend to have different clusters of skill sets that come together that are not wholly unique, but it's the cluster itself that defines the trade. So such that the example would be now, of course, that if somebody is doing gas fitting and plumbing along the way, there are certainly skill sets in gas fitting that are equally the same in plumbing. I mean, they have some tasks that are the same. And yet, you wouldn't simply just call a plumber to do what we now understand to be a gas fitting job. Having come from plumbing into gas fitting, you may be starting in a great place. But the cluster of things that you're expected to know and the depth with which you know them will vary. And I guess that leaves me with some concerns. I mean, I know that in some situations, a skill set which is sort of peripheral to one trade is actually more central. And what happens then is that when it is taught in the peripheral circumstance, it's taught to a lesser depth, with less nuance, with less concern about all of the various applications, as it is in those services where, for example, they would see that particular task or set as a central task. And in order to sort of bring it back to my world so I can explain why I'm concerned about this, I'm going to give an example that has nothing to do with trades, but perhaps you'll understand. I've had the experience of being a social worker for many years in this province, and I also have had the opportunity to do my PhD work in the Faculty of Human Ecology. And one of the things that I became aware of is that both the social work and human ecology start their programs with interviewing skills courses, because they're quite central to the type of work that's being done. However, when I had an opportunity to be a guest lecturer in the human ecology classes, I asked a lot of questions of the students about what they expected to do with their interviewing. What was the ultimate end goal here? Excuse me. And the end goal was very different than the same question being asked to social work students. Because social work students would often say things like, I want to be able to use my interviewing skills to help people deal therapeutically with past trauma, such as child sexual abuse or something of that nature. But when I asked the students in the interviewing class in human ecology, what is your interest in interviewing skills, it had nothing to do with deep therapeutic work and the type of interviewing skills that were necessary for that, but rather the type of interviewing skills that were necessary for good communication on working teams and helping people to be part of a system that is moving a project forward, something of that nature. Now, the concern was that the universities were starting to say, look, if you've got an interviewing class in faculty A and you've got an interviewing class in faculty B, we should be able to say that doesn't matter where you took your interviewing class, you have an interviewing class, and so that should be accredited the same way, and then you just move on. That to some degree, it made us very concerned in a faculty like social work, where we understood that certainly there were various interviewing classes, but the type of interviewing, the nature of the interviewing, the skill set that was expected from people coming out of the interviewing class and a social work class was very different and for a very different purpose than it was in human ecology. So I'm laying all that out just so you understand the nature of the question. Now, I'm imagining that that's also true when it comes time to look at trades, and that for some people, welding pipe or whatever, particular task is the core of the work they do, and the demands of the outcome of their ability to produce is very different than somebody who is only likely to have to do something like that once every couple of years, and it's a peripheral task, and you just have to know enough to get through the situation at hand. You're not trying to achieve the same level or standard or nature of outcome as someone else in a different welding situation. So, having laid all that out in a very long way, I'm sorry, I apologize. I guess I am then just wondering about a couple of things, and I'll just throw out my questions and then leave it at that. But how is it and who is it that it will be decided that there will be equivalencies so that people's experience can be recognized without accepting people's previous history when it is not really comparable in terms of depth and breadth of knowledge? How will that get determined? Will the trades be able to step in and say, hey, I know you learned how to do this kind of welding in this particular trade, but really it does not meet the standard required in this other kind of trade? Will the trades be the people alongside industry? Because, of course, I absolutely fundamentally believe it's got to be a full partnership. But will they be there to be able to say, you can't just sort of recognize one person's experience as equivalent to another just because there are some aspects that are the same? I guess I'm just wondering a little bit about that process and how we'll be assured of that. And I guess I'm also just wondering about sort of the role of the minister's office in doing this piece, because I'm concerned about, and I think it's already been reflected by our critic and the MLA from Edmonton Mill Woods around the consolidation of power in the department as opposed to in the training institutions, and just worry about the balance there, about who gets to decide that something is acceptable or something is not. And it seems to me the farther you are away from the actual practice, the less skill set you have in actually deciding equivalency. So I just wonder about that. And I guess my final question would be, and I've certainly gone a little longer than I was supposed to, but my final question would just be around if we are recognizing different training situations from different areas, and then trying to put them all together. How will the credentialing of that work? And again, I can only go back to my academic piece, and I may be totally out to lunch here because of the nature of Red Seal testing and so on. But I would be concerned then if you had a person, for example, wanted to take a Bachelor of Arts degree, and they went to 20 different universities and took 3 courses from each one. They would certainly have the credits to get a degree, but I would ask, well, whose degree do they have? And I guess I'm just wondering, is that a comparable question in this area? And if so, what's the minister's resolution of it? Thank you for the time.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the member opposite for his insightful questions. I have to admit, I came at it from a very similar perspective. I think, as the member may know, I completed my PhD, spent a little bit of time as a lecturer, and wasn't that familiar with our trades and apprenticeship system. So it's been an interesting experience over the past couple of years, really getting to understand a lot of the nuances and the complexities. I'll try to answer most of the member's question. Apologies if I miss any. He mentioned at the beginning, the member was asking about which trades could be designated as new trades, which ones may be de-designated, and apologies for this, but it's a genuine answer. I think that the genuine answer is I don't know, because it's not a decision I make in isolation. That process is an extensive process whereby employers and industry are consulted. Like if we say, like, I don't know, that let's pick an example, like a sushi chef needs to be a designated trade. We would conduct extensive employer surveys to restaurants and say, like, is this actually a thing? Do you need sushi chefs to be a designated trade, and why? And get their feedback, and go through that process, and an application would be made to the board, and the board would make a recommendation to me as the minister and say, hey, we've done all this work, we've talked to all these restaurants, and we think that a sushi chef should become a designated trade, and then I would subsequently take that to cabinet. And the same goes for de-designation. So it's industry driven in that regard. If industry believes that a trade should be de-designated or a new one should be established, we will. There has to be demonstrated engagement with affected employers, and we're looking for a significant degree of consensus before moving forward. But in the same vein, the member did talk at a later point about consolidation of power in the minister's office and who gets to decide the standards and some of these designations. But actually, we're actually shifting that to the board, to the people, to the experts that are on the board that have that high degree of expertise and knowledge that are closely connected. Because, as the member mentioned, my level of expertise or that of, other colleagues about, designating a sushi chef as a designated trade, we may not have that level of expertise. But of course, individuals on the board that would have feedback from a representative committee structure would have that level of expertise. So we're going to shift that responsibility about designating, or deciding standards as well to the board, to individuals that are really close to the occupation, the profession, which I think is incredibly important and will help to provide for a much more efficient and nimble system. So. And furthermore, on the question, because the member did talk about establishing standards and who gets to decide what the standards are for a particular trade, there's a complicated way that works right now. Industry and the AIT board are involved and they make recommendations, but it fundamentally falls to me as the minister or the minister of the day to make a final decision on the establishment of those standards. We're going to move that to the board entirely. Because, if professionals and employers and others agree that the standards for carpentry or for hairstyling need to change from here to here, I'm going to take their advice, and I don't know why the minister needs to kind of give that sign off. If industry have made that determination, then let the board make that determination and move forward. So that's one of the changes that we'll be seeing as a result of Bill 67. And Bill 67 as well further strengthens industry's role and ability in being able to establish competencies for trades professionals, which I think is particularly important. But yeah, just coming back to an earlier comment as well, the member asked about new trades that could be designated, and that's why, apologies, I said I'm not sure, because it depends on what kind of applications come forward and what employers and industry think at the time. But that being said, there is a distinction we're trying to make within this bill between trades and apprenticeship education. And I do believe that there are many potential areas where we can take the apprenticeship model of training and education and apply it to different occupations. I think very specifically about areas like banking, for example, or coding, or other occupations in IT, or marketing, or business. I think that these are all, or even retail, these are all occupations that I strongly believe could be taught and trained through an apprenticeship style. Won't necessarily lead to a trade per se, but I believe that these are areas that could be delivered through an apprenticeship style. And there's more to say on this. We'll have more to say on this actually very shortly in terms of apprenticeship expansion, and we'll be looking for ideas from post-secondary institutions, employers, unions, other organizations to give us ideas about what occupations could be trained and educated through an apprenticeship style system. And then lastly, I know the member talked a little bit about assessing equivalency and standards and how that works. And within our trades network, of course, the industry determines the outcomes, determines the competencies, and then we, within advanced education, administer the examinations, and in partnership with post-secondary institutions to ensure that those outcomes, those competencies, I should say, that are being that are being desired are actually met before we issue credentials. And of course, if someone has some training in another area and through their through their time believes that they can take some of those skills and apply them to another trade, they can do that by challenging the examinations. And again, they must demonstrate proficiency in the competencies that that industry has set out. And I think that model works quite well. And again, just in closing, I want to take the opportunity to reiterate this is the beginning of a significant process and of a significant step forward that will involve much more engagement and consultation as we build out the regulations, as we build out the new governance framework, as we think about potential opportunities for new apprenticeships. So it'll be an exciting time, and there are many elements here, including the apprenticeship expansion and the academic recognition that I know my team is within Advanced Ed is particularly excited about, because from what I understand from there, nobody else in Canada is looking at this through this lens at the moment, and I think we have an opportunity to really create and establish some strong leadership about the future of trades and the future of apprenticeship education. I was talking to my counterpart in Ontario the other day, who was really interested in some of the work that we're doing. So I think there's a great window of opportunity, and I'm very confident that employees, employers, post-secondary institutions, unions, and others will continue the great level of engagement that we've had thus far in building this new framework, and encourage others listening to continue to stay involved throughout this effort. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. On Bill 67, the Skilled Trades and Apprenticeship Education Act, on the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Honorable members wishing to join us online, please log in now. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on Bill 67. All those in the chamber in favor, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Madhu, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Jones, Mr. Amory, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Ellis, Honorable Mr. Nally, Mrs. Savage, Honorable Mr. Copping, Ms. Lovely, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Ms. Furr, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Tour, Mr. Yassin, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Williams, Mr. Long, Mr. Hanson, Honorable Mrs. Ahir.
All those in the chamber opposed, please stand.
Ms. Gray, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Ms. Ganley.
We'll now do a roll call alphabetically by last name for those joining us online. When your name is called, please unmute your mic, state your vote loudly and clearly, remute your mic, and keep your camera on for the duration of the vote, while members in the chamber sit there silently.
Mr. Gottfried.
Definitely in favor.
Mr. Rosewell.
In favor.
Mr. Singh.
In favor.
Mr. Stephan.
In favor.
Mr. Turton.
In favor.
Mr. Walker.
In favor.
Are there any others that have not had an opportunity to cast a vote? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, for 36, against 7.
That appears to be carried. Honorable members, on Bill 67 on the title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. The Honorable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise and report Bill 67.
The motion to rise and report on Bill 67. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Ready? The Honorable Chair of Committees.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills. Bill 67. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Honorable members, does the Assembly concur in the report? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and so ordered.
Government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act. Honourable Mr. Madu.
The Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak to third reading of Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act. This bill is about strengthening democracy in our province and making sure Albertans have an even more powerful voice when it comes to matters that impact their lives. Albertans have told us again and again that they want a greater say in the business of their government and between elections. In fact, in the fall of 2020, the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee held the public meetings and accepted written submissions about this legislation. To be blunt, the all-party committee found that Albertans were very supportive of citizen initiative legislation. Under Bill 51, Mr. Speaker, any Albertan who is an eligible voter could bring forward an initiative for government to consider. This could be ideas of new laws or policies, or even proposals for constitutional referendum questions. Or they could be used to correct a government that failed to uphold what they campaigned on. For example, Mr. Speaker, the NDP's immensely unpopular Bill 6 and the carbon tax. If Albertans had that democratic tool at their disposal at the time, voters could have expressed their democratic will and held the NDP to account. To bring an initiative forward, Mr. Speaker, an Albertan would apply to the Chief Electoral Officer to start a petition for their idea for an initiative. After submitting their application, The Chief Electoral Officer would provide them with the petition they would need to use to gather signatures of eligible voters. For their petition to be successful, they would need 10% of voters province-wide for legislative or policy initiatives. For constitutional initiatives, petitioners would need the signatures of 20% of voters province-wide. And petitioners would need that level of support in 2/3 of Alberta's constituencies. In practical terms, that means 58 constituencies. And to be clear, that is 20% support in each of those 58 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, they would also have 90 days to gather their signatures. Once complete, the Chief Electoral Officer would review the signatures and determine if the petition is successful. If it is, legislative and policy initiatives would be referred to a committee of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta for consideration. Successful legislative and policy initiatives will be referred to a committee of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta for consideration. If the committee does not support a legislative initiative, a public vote will be held. Successful constitutional initiatives will proceed through the process established in the Referendum Act. This includes a resolution being made in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta and the Lieutenant Governor in Council issuing an order for a referendum to be held. Let me correct myself, the Lieutenant Governor, not that of in Council. The Citizen Initiative Act would give Albertans a chance to put forward their ideas for government to consider, giving them a real and meaningful way to be directly involved in the process. Mr. Speaker, we know that Albertans want more opportunities to express their democratic will outside of elections. The response to the just announced equalization referendum shows that Albertans welcome these opportunities. It also reveals the diversity of opinion amongst Albertans, a genuine taste to persuade their fellow citizens on what is best for our province. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that enables its citizens to determine their own destiny. Albertans must have a greater say in their democratic system. They must be able to hold their elected officials accountable and participate in the democratic process between elections. The Citizen Initiative Act puts Albertans in the driver's seat of their democracy. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this Assembly to support this very important legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move third reading of Bill 51.
Honourable members, the Solicitor General and the Minister of Justice has moved third reading of Bill 51. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora would like to add her comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I rise here today to speak to Bill 51, titled the Citizens Initiative Act, and I have to say that yet again the current government is creating a situation where they appear to be stacking things in the interests of themselves, first of all, and secondly of those with deep pockets who already have significant influence. And while I would like us to see the Justice Minister bring forward legislation that increase opportunities for everyone to engage fairly and equally in democracy, certainly the barriers that this government is choosing to put in place, the current government is choosing to put in place for citizens to have the same level of access are far greater than what the Premier is choosing, obviously, for himself. He comes to this place with a question that he wants, and that is very quickly supported by his formerly united, sometimes on certain issues, united Conservative caucus. And they forge ahead full speed and actually even give themselves the ability to campaign on something that they're bringing out for a referendum, even with the resources of their offices, including their MSAs as well as individual MLA offices as well as their other resources that they have available to them as a government. And then when it comes to this bill, obviously, one of the first things you can do is look at other comparators from other jurisdictions about the influence of big money. And one of the jurisdictions not too far from us, but not within Canada, that has a great deal of referendums, of course, is California. And anyone who listens to the late night talk show circuit hears people regularly talking about the different referendums that are on the ballot in California almost constantly. And when you look at how much money has been spent to push certain initiatives, for example, in California, just between 2000 and 2012, there was a nice rolled up number for that time frame, which is why we're using that. The total spending on initiatives in that state exceeded $2 billion, with a B, dollars. 3 initiatives seeing more than $130 million spent on each of those individual initiatives. $2 billion is even more money than this government's chosen to gamble on the re-election of Donald Trump, and today we're of course seeing the impacts of that bet and how much money this government was willing to take from the public, money that could have been used to invest in things like improving healthcare, education, job creation. Please, job creation would have been a great place to take that investment and focus it. When we look at the minuscule amount that this government's willing to invest in hydrogen and compare that to how much the government gambled on the re-election of Donald Trump, and now in this bill, how much opportunity the government is creating for public investment as well as private influence through dollars to drive certain outcomes, it is, again, I shouldn't be shocked, but it is incredibly disappointing to see that this government continues to try to create 2 different systems. One for themselves as those who have access to large amounts of public resources to be able to push a specific agenda and a specific question, and then another set for everybody else. But of course, those who have deep pockets get access to drive their narrative and drive their questions. And we've seen, when we look at other jurisdictions like California, that those campaigns that were the highest financed were the most successful. Campaigns that had a lot of money to push a specific referendum question were often voted for and had the outcome of whoever had the deepest pockets voting for them in the end. This place should be a shrine to democracy and a place where we uphold it and we work to strengthen it. Instead, when the Premier, early on in his time, about a year into his term, brought forward legislation that, well, even less than a year because it was prior to the pandemic, brought forward legislation to fire the Elections Commissioner in the middle of an investigation into the Premier's own leadership campaign. And now we see a bill that continues to push more big money into politics rather than finding ways to amplify the voices of the people. And the Premier's going to say, well, the people can vote. But we have very clear, documented evidence from other jurisdictions that have this type of big money politics in terms of third-party campaigns and referendum questions, clearly showing that it skews the outcomes of these types of votes towards those who have the most money that they are spending on these types of decisions. And guided democracy, some might say. So this definitely is an issue of significant frustration, I think, for our caucus. And I think some of the benchmarks that are being put in place are going to be very challenging for ordinary people to have their voices heard. I think that if the government was truly interested in hearing, frankly, from what the people of Alberta wanted, they would take some of their most contentious policy positions that people have already been very vocal about and halt them. So we have seen at least a delay on some, certainly a retraction over some of the very aggressive direction that was being taken towards parks and the sale of parks. Some pause around the removal of the Lougheed coal policy. That certainly, slowing down is better than forging ahead, full speed ahead. But actually hearing the feedback that clearly has been given from the people of the province, another area that very clearly this province has expressed significant outrage on is pensions. Pensions that this government had no mandate to put their hands on. Pensions that are people's deferred earnings that they are using to plan for their career transition or their retirement. And the government certainly isn't proposing that they be able to have a referendum question on this government's meddling with people's personal savings for their future and for their retirement. Another one, of course, is curriculum. And we've seen so many parents primarily speak up and be organizing and enraged about how this government has moved Alberta so far backwards in terms of their engagement with what should be knowledge that students acquire when they're in kindergarten through grade 6. But this government tries to keep forging ahead, spending public money, doing advertisements to try to push people towards one specific perspective when it comes to curriculum, and refusing to acknowledge that, of the kids who are in school right now, public, Catholic, and Francophone, at least 95% of those students will not see this curriculum because their boards have fully rejected, outright rejected, what this government's proposed. Of those, about 5% of students who go to public, Catholic, or Francophone schools, one board has said that they will pilot 3 subject areas. One, I believe, said 2 subject areas, and then 3 said, we'll let our teachers engage in this and decide. So clearly there's been an overwhelming rejection by school boards when it comes to the curriculum. Another area, of course, some of the first people to speak out were Indigenous leaders, including elders and Confederacy of Treaty 6 and the Métis Nation, very quickly speaking out. And the government tried to take counter quotes that those people who the quotes were attributed to felt very used in the process and have since come out saying that they don't support the curriculum either, and that they weren't given full transparency about what was in it when they were asked to add their name as endorsers to the curriculum. We have the Francophone community, which very clearly has said that the curriculum that's being pushed and aggressively pushed on Albertans through this process, through this minister, and through the current premier, doesn't reflect Francophone knowledge, Francophone culture, and is at best a translation of what was written in English. Not pedagogically sound and not honoring Francophone people and Francophone education, which is, of course, protected through many court challenges and foundational documents that we have here for our country and for the education of young people in our country. We have folks from Japanese Alberta communities who have said that this doesn't reflect their experiences, and this is an inclusive curriculum that welcomes children of Japanese heritage in the classroom to see themselves reflected back in that curriculum. And of course, parents and teachers have been also very loud. Over 90% of teachers have already rejected it, over 95% of principals through academically sound, peer-reviewed type research that was done around this. And then, of course, recently we had teachers, which includes principals, at the Representatives Assembly vote overwhelmingly non-confidence in the current minister. And of course, one of the main arguments people talked about, there were sort of 3 key areas, obviously, cuts and negative impacts for vulnerable students and those who are equity-seeking in particular. The lack of responsiveness and appropriateness in terms of responding to COVID in schools. What a disaster this government has been when it comes to protecting and providing for a safe return and stability for students, staff, and families. Complete disaster. All kids sent home at least 3 times. That's a huge failure objectively. But the third one, and probably the one that I hear the most often right now through the work I do as a critic for education, is around the curriculum. Because of course, the curriculum is supposed to be these sacred outcomes that we aspire to ensure all children have an opportunity to experience. Children in K-6 is why I'm using that language, but students in general. And there are many experts here in the province who've dedicated their careers and their lives to this work. Understanding scope and sequence, understanding learner outcomes, understanding what age appropriateness is, understanding how you build knowledge, and how you build knowledge that is inclusive and acceptable for all, completely, I don't even want to say back of mind, because it doesn't at all seem to be an objective to do anything that's scientifically valid when it comes to this curriculum. And it is incredibly infuriating. So parents have been saying for a long time, we had a petition tabled in this House, gathered hand-signed signatures over 12, or just approximately 12,000, I think it was 11,800 and something signatures that were gathered in 11 days in this province in the middle of a pandemic, tabled in this place, saying put a hold to what you're doing here. And instead, this government's decided that they want to move forward at breakneck speeds on their own question, but making it difficult and creating so many incentives for financial implications, financial steering of democracy through the rules that they've put in place through this bill. So those are some of the reasons that I wanted to highlight for why I am opposed to this bill in its current form, and certainly I wish that wasn't the case. I wish this government was actually doing something to take big money out of politics instead of finding more ways to shove it in. Why this government continues to be so focused on large, influential, financially motivated segments of society rather than focusing on regular Albertans who they certainly pander to when it comes to elections but don't govern for when it comes to making decisions, I think is wrong-headed, and I think it will not serve this government, which is proving itself to be quite arrogant and entitled. I don't think it will serve them well as they continue to move forward. I think justifying creating imbalance in such a significant degree with regard to this bill is one example of how that influences their decisions on policy. But of course, the easiest examples are the ones that we see in how the Premier and his liquor cabinet behave in this place and in other places as well, and how they continue to highlight that they believe there's one set of rules for themselves and another set of rules for everybody else. And that is, of course, what I think this legislation speaks to as well. One set of rules for those of us who can't afford to spend $130 million trying to buy votes for a specific outcome on a referendum, and a separate set of rules for everybody else. So those are a couple of my key concerns. I know some of my colleagues also would like to raise some, and for that I await their feedback and their comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is Bill 51. And I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo would like to provide some additional comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll address this rather hopefully in a succinct way. I too will not be supporting this bill. The minister stood up and said there are a couple examples that with the previous government that I was part of, if this bill would have been in place, could have the bill before us could have been useful in identifying the views of Albertans to strengthen democracy. And I just want to say that my colleague from Edmonton-Glenora has just gone over several unpopular decisions that this government, the UCP government, has made in its short time here. And I'll just quickly review a few of those. Laying off 11,000 healthcare heroes is one thing that I know is incredibly unpopular. Gutting the Alberta post-secondary school funding is another incredibly unpopular decision of this government. Universally seeing their elementary school curriculum rejected by Albertans and school boards around the province, laying off of 20,000 plus teachers and support staff, the privatization of parks, the rescinding the coal policy, the pensions issue. All of those are, Mr. Speaker, in anyone's estimation, truly shows that this government is off base with the views of Albertans, and if anything would strengthen democracy, and to see all of those issues brought back through kicked out by a citizens' initiative would be a good thing. But I don't think this act is really what was talked about by particularly some big areas where the Democratic Accountability Committee, the Select Special Committee on Democratic Accountability, made several recommendations that weren't upheld by the minister and this bill. Of course, we see that there are Charter of Rights and Freedoms initiatives to change the Charter or identify the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as something that needs to be changed was something the committee wanted to forbid, but that is possible with this bill. We also talked about enacting reasonable campaign limits on contributions or expenses. We don't know what those will be because that will be relegated to regulations when they are published. And I don't think anything good is going to come out of that. There were several motions put forward by the NDP members at the committee level, two that I just talked about, and there were others, one other major one, talking about the need for requiring education materials with petitions so that Albertans would have a better understanding what they were, in fact, the consequences of their vote to specific petitions would be, or the signing up or giving their signature to petitions, what that would be. That was not upheld as well. And the requiring of votes to be held in conjunction with general elections. Now, the AUMA and RMA have both said they want local elections to stay local, and this is another example of where local elections can be taken over by items that municipalities and counties and others don't see within their purview or desire to have during the same time as their local elections. But that was not listened to, and it made its way into this Citizens Initiative Act, Mr. Speaker. So there's a number of amendments that we put forward, both here in the House and during committee, that failed to gain any traction that would have made this bad bill better, Mr. Speaker. Just turn to a few other comments I want to make. So the government ignored recommendations that the Select Special Committee on Democratic Accountability brought forward. And we see that in BC, there is, the BC legislation requires the proposed bill be included with a petition, yet this legislation requires only a proposed idea for legislation for a petition to move forward. Not sure why the government supports this level of ambiguity or potential margin for error, but it does, and it's baked into this bill. We had expert testimony, if you will, from the National Conference on State Legislatures, and they gave us that view that education was a requirement and should be make for better policy, but that motion wasn't supported at the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague before me has said, and we have kind of exhibited throughout, I'm going to oppose this bill, and I hope other members of this legislature will as well. Thank you.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the member for Calgary-Buffalo. Seeing none, are there others wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, I am prepared to call upon the Minister to close debate. The Honourable the Minister to close debate.
Debate closed, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General for third reading of Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Well, members, a division has been called on Bill third reading of Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act, as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General. All those in favor of third reading and present in the chamber, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Kenny, Honorable Mr. Madhu, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Yassin, Mr. Jones, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Ellis, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong-Homeniuk, Ms. Lovely, Ms. Furr, Mr. Long, Mr. Tour, Mr. Amory, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Williams, Mr. Hanson, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mrs. Ahir.
Honourable members, all those opposed and present in the chamber, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Ms. Ganley.
Members, we will proceed to our remote vote. Members who've joined us online, please ensure that when your name is called alphabetically, state for or against third reading of Bill 51. Please ensure your camera remains on and remute your microphone after you are called.
Mr. Orr,
For, in support.
Mr. Rosewell,
In favor.
Mr. Singh,
In favor.
Mr. Stefan,
Sorry. 100% for. Thank you.
Mr. Turton,
In favor.
Mr. Walker,
In favor.
Honourable members, are there others who are present remotely yet did not have their name called? This is your opportunity to indicate your vote. Hearing none, the table.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 36, total against 7.
Honourable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act, is now read a third time.
Members, pursuant to Standing Order 3.1, the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.